Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the July 13th, 2026 council meeting. Council, we've got Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Shukin, myself in the room. Online, we have Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Council, before you, we have the agenda as amended with the addition of the late items. Is that all right? Yep. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing no one opposed, that is approved unanimously. Next, we have presentations. Thank you very much. Well, actually, I forgot to do the territorial. Thank you for reminding me. So I've got notes here somewhere, but I think I'll just say territorial acknowledgement like we've done for the last 4 years. So we sit on the land of the Coast Salish people, and we acknowledge and recognize our First Nations community, especially the Jano First Nations, to our near west here, the Pachidat, far west out near Port Renfrew, as well as the Sook First Nation, the Songhees, and the Esquimalt First Nations. And we acknowledge them, and we work towards good governance with them and good relationships. Okay, let's move along to the presentations. Tonight we have a presentation, a delegation from William Head Institution that has been planned for quite some time. The correspondence was on there, and I'd like to welcome Acting Warden Tony Blado and Renéé, the Assistant Warden Management Services, to the podium. Welcome. Yeah, you'll have to. Yep, and turn the mic. That'd be great.
All right, testing. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Little, council members, staff, and community members. My name is Anthony Blado, and I'm the acting warden of William Head Institution. Our substantive warden, Trent Mitchell, is on temporary special assignment now, and he has asked that I speak on his behalf. I have the pleasure of being joined by colleagues, acting deputy warden Renéé and assistant warden of operations Jeff Longhurst. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening about something that deserves our collective recognition and mutual deep appreciation: the strong and collegial relationship between William Head Institution, the District of Metchosin, and its surrounding communities. Please know that while I am speaking, the memory of Mr. Payne, who had his life taken away in 2019, stays with me and with all the staff at William Head Institution. Our thoughts continue to be with the family and friends of Mr. Payne. William Head Institution sits on the traditional territory of the Beecher Bay First Nation, who thoughtfully granted us the name Sianu, Land of the Salmon People, during our 50-year recognition ceremony in 2009. Established in 1959, William Head Institution, a 200-bed capacity minimum security facility, has been a proud member and neighbor within the community of Metchosin for nearly 70 years. Historically, correctional facilities are often understood through the lens of their security mandate. While public safety and accountability remain fundamental responsibilities and are top of mind each day in the decisions made at William Head, they are a crucial part of a larger picture. Within the William Head Institution community are dedicated professionals, volunteers, and community stakeholders who work every day to promote rehabilitation, support personal growth, and prepare individuals for successful reintegration into society and back into our local communities. What makes the relationship between William Head Institution and the community of Metchosin special is the understanding that public safety and rehabilitation can only occur when the community and William Head Institution is part of the same narrative and are striving towards the same goals. The relationship between William Head, the residents, organizations, businesses, and local government is built on mutual respect, open communication, and a common goal of creating a safer and stronger community for everyone. While recent events have certainly served to test the resolve of our collective relationships, they have also served to strengthen them and have shown us the importance of maintaining robust communication protocols and processes. I know that William Head Institution Management is looking forward to continuing this work with the district and with the RCMP Superintendent Gillespie. I know that this work is well underway and communications procedures have already strengthened between the key stakeholders of the offices mentioned. We have also seen the benefits of this partnership and how William Head Institution offenders have given back to the immediate Metchosin community through community service escorted temporary absences, educational opportunities, community initiatives, charitable projects, and ongoing dialogue that brings people together rather than keeping them apart. These connections help to educate, clear up misconceptions, build trust, and remind us that meaningful change happens when William Head Institution and the local communities work side by side. In fact, further to the community service escorted at temporary absence, as I mentioned, offenders approved for this program have actually painted the exterior of this building, engaged in the annual setup and takedown of staging equipment for Metchosin days year after year, repaired and painted the pavilion, as well as the riding ring, and have as recently assisted in the cleanup of the St. Mary the Virgin Church Cemetery. The men have for 20 years or more have also been the go-to team to clean up the gorse and the broom epidemic that is in our community. You'll also see them doing trail cleanup and remediation as well on occasion. Moreover, it was our Community Connections group made up of particularly talented offenders who built a little library across the way and have built thousands of toys, sock puppets, and items for charitable auctions over the years. These activities occur daily and the reach is throughout the CRD and beyond. This is community in action. A further testament to community in action can be found through our wonderful Citizens Advisory Committee. The Citizen Advisory Committee, or CAC as it's referred to, plays a vital role at William Head Institution by fostering transparency, accountability, and meaningful engagement between the institution and the community it serves. Through its independent volunteer members, the CAC provides valuable oversight, offers constructive feedback, and helps ensure that the perspectives of the public are reflected in the correctional environment. Their commitment to observing operations, supporting rehabilitation efforts, and promoting open dialogue contributes to a culture of respect, fairness, and continuous improvement. The dedication and insight of the CAC are instrumental in strengthening public confidence while supporting William Head Institution's mission of safe, secure, and effective reintegration. William Head is extremely fortunate to have such a robust CAC consisting of members from all over the CRD, representing a wide range of ages, professions, and background experiences, including folks from right here in Metchosin. These volunteers have unfettered access to the institution and to its offender population, ensuring that the important dialogue between the citizenry, the offenders, and staff remain candid, relevant, and forward-focused. I would be remiss in not briefly articulating how William Head Institution supports some of our most vulnerable and racialized populations, an issue that affects communities at large, as well as the community within William Head Institution. Indigenous peoples remain significantly overrepresented in the federal correctional system, accounting for approximately 30% of individuals under CSC jurisdiction, the Correctional Service of Canada, despite representing only 5% of the Canadian population. CSC recognizes that the disparity reflects broader systemic inequities and committed to addressing it through enhanced cultural supports, streamlined release processes, and targeted reintegration and employment initiatives. These efforts have contributed to increased discretionary releases for our Indigenous offenders and reduced rates of gradual return to federal custody within 5 years of sentence completion. The Correctional Service of Canada also has developed a phased Black offender strategy to address the overrepresentation of our offenders in the correctional system. The first phase has already been completed, but including the identification of promising initiatives across the country, efforts to expand successful pilot programs into national practices have been undertaken. In January 2025, CSE shared a draft of the strategy with the Black offenders whose feedback was generally supportive, while ongoing consultations with Black-led community organizations. CSE is currently using current funding to implement, evaluate, and research further initiatives to better understand and improve outcomes for our Black offenders. But community is also about community engagement, is also about reciprocity. In the continued spirit of meaningful community engagement and meeting people where they're at culturally, the offenders of William Head Institution have hosted several ethnocultural events, symposiums, and forums over the past several years. In fact, William Head Institution for the past 10 years has been counted on to spend nearly 70% of the entire region's ethnocultural budget year over year. William has been able to do this as it enjoys very progressive and enlightened relationships with the Intercultural Association of Victoria, Dr. Lisa Gunderson, and the University of Victoria, just to name a couple. Community partnerships such as these are yet another key to contributing to public safety. Perhaps our longest community outreach venture can be found in the annual William Head On Stage theatre performances, or WHOS for short. I'm sure many people in the audience are familiar with WHOS. For 45 years, WHOS has stood as an extraordinary example of transformative power of art, it's easy for me to say, creativity and community. Through its remarkable performances written by the offenders, the program has provided a platform for personal growth, self-expression, and meaningful connection, touching the lives of participants, audiences, volunteers, and supporters alike. This milestone 45th year, this fall, celebrates not only decades of outstanding theatrical productions, but also a lasting commitment to rehabilitation, inclusion, and hope. The dedication, talent, and perseverance of the offenders, community partners, and of the supportive community CRD-wide have created a legacy that continues to inspire, demonstrating how the performing arts can foster understanding, build confidence, and bring people together. It should be noted that WHOS hosts approximately 2,000 paying guests to see its performance each year. That's 2,000 paying guests. The healthy relationship between William Head Institution and the Metchosin community has not been built overnight. It has been built through years, nearly 70 years in fact, of listening, cooperation, problem solving, and shared successes. It is strengthened when challenges are addressed respectfully and timely, and when opportunities are embraced together. This evening, I recognize a partnership that reflects those principles. We celebrate the understanding that every person has the capacity for growth, that public institutions can be positive community partners, and that a community is strongest when it works together toward common goals. I'd like to thank you for your time, for your collegiality and commitment to our mission, and for allowing us to be part of your wonderful community of Metchosin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Council, did you have any comments or questions that you wanted to address to either parties, the three, Jeff, Renéé, and Tony, the acting warden? We'll start with Council Shukin and then move throughout council table. Thank you.
Great. Through you, Mayor Little, Mr. Blado?
Baldo, yes.
Baldo,
Yeah.
sorry, Baldo. Mr. Baldo, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Longhurst, thanks very much for being here. Of course, top of mind is the whole situation with the escaped inmate. That situation, I think, revealed to us that there were some things that we needed to do and learn in terms of our emergency communication. You probably can't get into depth around the response that Corrections Canada made at your site, but I just wonder if you can maybe talk about what you are doing now to learn and to improve. And yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now that, as I said in my short presentation, that Our staff is actively engaged with the staff here at Metchosin City Hall, and our emergency or first responders, Superintendent Gillespie as well, and RCMP local authorities are also engaged in sort of dotting I's and crossing T's and sort of seeing how the communication can be even more efficient and more effective. I think with any incident or event, we learn from that, and we'll continue to learn. Rehabilitation is not a straight line; it's a journey. It's a cross-country run as opposed to a sprint, and it behooves us to ensure that we learn from past practices and make future practices stronger and more effective. And that's where we're at right now. So thank you for understanding that the current situation with Mr. Jensen and his passing is under current investigation, and I cannot comment further, but that's sort of the lay of the land right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donaldson?
Thank you. I had a similar concern about that. We've probably, each one of us, heard from our community and the alarming effects that go with that. I live near where Mr. Payne lives, so I appreciate the acknowledgement at the very beginning of your talk. I also want to express my gratitude for the amount of work that your staff have done over the years and have evolved, as well as the gentleman, the crew that comes out and works within the community, having been a part of that with the riding ring, and seeing the recent work at the churchyard and the parks and trails you've helped out, as well as Camp Bernard and some other projects. And I think that that's a very good program in helping these individuals to gradually get back into our community. Having visited the institution as well on different events, the ethnic ones, was really interesting for me and also transformative. I'm always learning, and I appreciate that you're working, the institution, Corrections Canada, is working with our staff to assure our residents that we'll have an improved protocol as to alerting people. It was quite bumpy, and people were obviously alarmed. So I look forward to the new rollout of a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gray online, do you have any comments or concerns or questions?
Yes, well, first, thanks, Mr. Blado, for your presentation. And I do want to recognize the contributions your inmates make in our community. So thank you for that, and thank you to the inmates. This was, I think, for many people, a frightening experience, given what had happened previously with the escaped inmate. And I wasn't sure, under previous council, I think there were some discussions and perhaps decisions, or at least I had the impression there were, about the nature of inmates that would be kept at William Head. And then I think it was yesterday I read an article in the Times Colonist which gave quite a description of Mr. Jensen and his time in Corrections Canada, and it made me feel less certain about what's going on. Will that be part of the discussion going forward then? Is the nature of people who are kept there, is that part of the issue for us to address?
Well, I guess how I can respond is that after Mr. Payne's, the taking of Mr. Payne's life in 2019, there were adjustments and changes made, and how we screen offenders and exactly what offender profile comes to William Head Institution. I can assure you that those practices are still in play, and as I said earlier, in corrections, in a minimum security facility, I would be remiss to say if I told you that there would be no risk. I think that everybody would understand in human behavior that there is no such thing as no risk, and it's low risk that we subscribe to. So to answer your question more directly is, we will continue to review closely how we screen offenders to come to William Head Institution, yes. And in Mr. Jensen's case, As has been reported, there were a lot of factors that affected Mr. Jensen's behavior and stay, and we will continue to revisit how we supported Mr. Jensen and what we can do differently going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and for the work that you're doing on that front. The second issue I wanted to ask about was simply the one of communication. I read in the paper that police were going door to door. Otherwise, I heard from residents that there was something on Facebook. But is there a way that we notify residents when there's a concern of an inmate escaping, or is that it, door to door on Facebook?
Well, I can only speak from how we notify. We have a set list of contacts that we contact during an escape or other similar type of event. And I know that when we went through our terms of reference and our contingency plan, we checked every bit of the steps along the way. Now, what I can speak to is what happened internally from this level, if you will. But as I said earlier in my presentation, that we will do whatever we can to help smooth and fill any gaps that may have were experienced 3 or 4 weeks ago.
I guess maybe what I'm curious about, the chair, is whether it's the police, the institution, or the district who's responsible to kind of get the information out to residents. I'm not aware of the protocols on that, and this was kind of really uncertain. I only heard about it, through an email, and then later heard about Facebook. But is there who's responsible for letting residents know? Is that the district or the institution or the police or all three?
Well, again, we notify the police immediately, and we also notify site contacts in this office immediately as well. After that, in terms of direct public consult or notification, we, as the site, don't do that. We have to go through our law enforcement partners and our community partners for that information to get through. As you can appreciate, we're dealing with the emergent situation of a missing offender at that time, but we also have the duty to make sure that what we know we disseminate to our immediate community as soon as practicable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're just going to turn to Bob Payette, our CAO. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks for all the information, Deputy Warden. That's all good. People want to hear that, and if it's possible to have your comments, we could, maybe make that public as well, so people can read, because not everybody's here tonight, obviously, or listening. Couple things. It would be interesting. I would be interested to know who, when you refer to screening for inmates, I guess you call them, to be in Metchosin, like who exactly does that? And I'm of the belief that somehow the local community should be involved in that process, or at least have some fidelity in that review process, if that's even possible. Second point is, today I noticed that there was a CSC van out front. Maybe there were some volunteers doing something in Metchosin. I'm not aware of it, and I find it interesting that, that there's inmates doing operational stuff in the community. I have no awareness of it. So I think we need to work on that relationship a little bit better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else there want to add anything towards the communication piece? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, it's Steve here.
I haven't
I'd like to add
spoken
just
yet.
one-
If you can wait until I speak, and then you can speak for the second time. I just want to acknowledge all three of you here. As is mentioned in the letter, I am a part of the CAC. I'm an official member of the Community Advisory Committee. And the reason why I did that, and I know that's not what has happened at the district before, but I thought it was really important that we have a good communication between the District of Metchosin and William Head Institution, because we do have work release throughout the CRD. I'm a member of the CRD board as vice chair. I thought it was just really important that we have that communication, and that you were in my mobile phone and recognized here at the district if there was something that was to go wrong. And I think the proof was in the pudding, to tell you the truth, in this incident. This incident was very sad and very, very frightening for my community. However, we followed the emergency protocol when, as I understood it, and what we've talked about is when an inmate is not accounted for, the CSC notifies the RCMP. Once that happens, it becomes, there's a second count, but there's also, that is now an RCMP investigation. And at the same time, I was at the farmer's market. I came over here to do some business in my office. Almost simultaneously, I received a text from the warden at the prison and a call from the RCMP superintendent. So that was within 30 minutes or so. And then it proceeded from there. I called our CAO. He came in from Souk within about 15 minutes and joined me here. And we were discussing what was the next steps. I knew that we were going to get authorization from the Correctional Services Canada on what could be said. I was waiting for the RCMP to give me some notification of what were the next steps. This was my responsibility here because I am the chief executive officer, the mayor. I'm responsible for the health and well-being of 5,067 citizens. And we had good communication. This continued on into the night. Prior to that, CEO Payette said, if you need me, I'll be here. CEO Payette left. I went into the community because I was worried that citizens that don't have access to Facebook, don't have access to their phone, were recreating in the district. In particularly, I knew that the art pod at our municipal-owned school was there painting for their next exhibition, and they wouldn't be looking at their cell phone. So I went there to let them know what has happened, and I didn't have a lot of information at that time. I went door to door to all the businesses and everybody that I could, all the business owners, to talk about that. I also went out to William Head to talk to the RCMP officers there. This continued into the night, and I was liaising back and forth with Trent Mitchell, our warden, Superintendent Terry Gillespie at the RCMP, as well as Shiano First Nations Chief Rush Chips, who is in Vancouver recovering from surgery there, as well as the counselor, the only counselor that was available, and in the band, or at the band, which was Tracy Ottman. So I was communicating back and forth between all of these 5 people. It was me that put it on Facebook because I was trying to figure out what is the best way to get this to the community. I know that many members of the community are on Facebook, not all. So that was, and I relayed official information, not circumspect, my opinion. It was official information on how it was unfolding, to reassure the public, but to give them as much information as possible that was actual information and factual. And during the night, I woke up every hour on the hour. I set my mobile calendar because Chief Chips wanted to know. And so that's what I did. The next morning, we had various inquiries from the press. I knew that the RCMP were having their own press release, press conference at the RCMP. I suspected that there was something going on at still at the prison because we could see the helicopters above, and I had had communications from Trent Mitchell. And at that point, I decided to call a press conference here so that the press could hear everything that had happened in the past, not quite 24 hours, but that they would all hear my statement simultaneously, and they would all hear the same message. That was typed out, my message, and it was given to all of the press that were here. Additional copies were given to their colleagues, for their colleagues that weren't there. And so that's sort of that is exactly how it unfolded. There are gaps in the system that we've been able to identify. And there are things that we did right, and there are some gaps, and we will do better in the future. But I'm very, very happy that I've spent the time over the past 4 years to have those good communications, to meet monthly with the personnel at William Head Institution, as well as good communications with our new superintendent of the RCMP, Terry Gillespie, and his colleagues. Okay. Any other comments or concerns? Okay, with that, I'll thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor.
And
Sure.
you don't have to stay. We've got a long night, and I imagine you don't want to stay for till 11. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Little, you'd asked if I had another comment, and I do.
I'm sorry?
It's a council. Right? You'd asked if I had another question or comment, and I do have one.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you for reporting out on your activities. And I very much appreciate that businesses were notified. My concern, I guess, lies with the residents of the community. And I think that Facebook and email just doesn't cut it. And I'm wondering if we might get advice from the institution if our role is in fact to notify residents rather than the police. Maybe in our communications plan that we're building now, or the protocols that we heard about a moment ago being revised, we might find out from the institution or from Corrections Canada what's done in other communities and how do they manage it. Are there lessons we can get there? Is there anything like Amber Alert type activity or phone trees? We have our emergency pods, which kicked into action, but delayed. And then the other point, so just I think it would be good if that communication plan as it's developed came back to council so we could see it and share it with the public. And then my final comment would be that it would be really great to know what the messages actually were. I think they were lock your doors, but but I don't know really what else was out there. Did we talk about outbuildings? Be careful about outbuildings, or check on your neighbors. I'm not totally sure. I didn't really see anything in that regard out to residents. So those are just my comments about if we could have a report back to council from staff as they work forward on it. Thank you very much.
Do you wish to comment on that?
I can definitely comment on the first part that did you want to come up and, okay. I'll have Jeff come up. He was doing the hard work here with regards to that.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Longhurst. Go ahead.
Okay, I gotta lower this a little bit. Yeah, there was a big tall guy here. Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Yes, so the question going back about notification for public. I believe that's something that we might be able to take a look at in the future. I do have contacts at other minimum sites across the country. So this is something that is sort of in my wheelhouse of the side of things. So I can explore that as we go into the future. Was there another question that was attached to that?
So may I?
I think
The coding,
Go ahead.
speaking for the council, Gray, the coding like lock your door or whatever, like,
Oh, okay.
what does that mean?
Yeah,
Or-
we don't do that. We don't say lock your door. We don't do any of that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure where that would have came from, but it wouldn't be from a Correctional Service of Canada site. So.
Right, and that makes sense to me because once the prison, as I understand the Correctional Services Canada, notifies the RCMP, it's no longer Correctional Services jurisdiction, if I'm using the correct terminology. The jurisdiction is actually the RCMP. It's now their investigation.
Yes.
And once, and
Yeah, it becomes a command center within the site. So then it's a joint force between our operations and the RCMP.
right, so the communications regarding that would be an RCMP piece.
Yes.
Any notification would be an RCMP piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we forgot to mention, I did liaise with Kathleen Sutherland, our volunteer emergency management coordinator, that evening. And she had, what had happened, she had a resident earlier in the day respond that she had heard there was an incident at William Head Institution. She immediately went to Facebook to see if there was something on there. She saw my post and saw that it was on official Correctional Services Canada notification and their verbiage. And she took that as authorization that she had factual information that she could then send out to all the pod leaders, the pod leaders throughout the district. So anybody that has signed up for that being in a pod and who had access to a computer or a phone would have received that pod notification. And I think that was about, I don't have my notes with me, but it's about 3:00 in the afternoon or so. So we've continually asked people to sign up for those notifications. If people don't want, if they want to live off the grid, if they want to be left alone, we have honored that. And we don't have a phone number we don't have a email address for every resident. It's if you've opted into the system, you would have received that notification. And one of the council members here did say that his wife is a pod leader and he received that notification at the same time. And so that's good that the pod system worked in that case, and many residents were notified by the pod system. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. With that, thank you very much to the three of you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move to public participation. We have 4 minutes per person to a maximum of 45 minutes, so we'll conclude this session at 8:30. If you could state your name, your road, and we are accepting respectful conversation this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank members of council and the mayor for your service up to this point, and hope you have a good summer. You deserve a break for a bit. My name is Gary Smurfett. I'm a 40-year member of Metchosin. I live on Gilbert Drive. I'm also a member of the Fire Hall technical team. I'm here tonight with member Klaus Cray and our Sean Shen, who's our technical support here. Tonight on the agenda, you have our proposal for services was accepted by council on May the 25th, and we started work on June the 5th with our meet and greet with the mayor, with the CAO, I'm sorry. And tonight there's our progress report for the first month and an updated plan of action. And we're hoping to keep going forward on it. So I'd just like to say we're here if you have any questions. If afterwards of the meeting, if members of the public want to grab us in the hallway, we'd be more than pleased to talk to them as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Rans, Taylor Road. Just want to make a correction, Mayor Little. I mean, you said that good communication hasn't happened before. Well, that's just not true. We've always had good communication with William Head. I served on the CAC myself for several years. After that, we had council members that served on it, and more recently, in my time, Bob Mitchell was a CAC member for a long time and reported almost monthly to the council as to what was going on there. And as to how the community got alerted, I was immediately alerted by the RCMP whenever there was any problems with William Head. I immediately referred that initially, and then just it was automatic, went to Chief Dunlop's community alert system. And that community alert system was very heavily subscribed by residents of this community. So that was the main way it got sent out. Also, then we contacted staff, and staff put it on the website and did all sorts of other stuff too. The community knew, but primarily through Chief Dunlop's community alert system instantly when something like that happened. And, you know, previous councils, we were heavily involved with Corrections Canada, particularly with the murder that took place. And the problem there was the overrides. It was the sending warden overrides. And we, and myself, we went right to some of the top people in the Corrections Canada thing right across the country and worked on that, and the overrides were changed. Not a lot, but they were changed. And those are the changes that I believe that this, the assistant warden was referring to. But anyways, we had very good communications. We had set up really positive structures where the community could be advised. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't say good communication has only happened now and it never occurred before.
We don't usually respond during public participation, but I will respond. I thought that we could have better communication. That's why I put my name forward for the CAC. I wasn't aware that you were a member of the CIC. That has never been communicated to me. Certainly Bob Mitchell was a part of the CIC. And remember, I was on council last term, and so I was fully aware what the communications were regarding the last prison break and the murder of Mr. Payne. Regarding the overrides, anybody in the community can go to the Correctional Services Canada website and find out what was done at Correctional Services regarding that incident and how they've pivoted, including, I wouldn't say overrides, but giving more authority to the warden at William Head in terms of who is accepted at the prison and who is not accepted. No, I'm not accepting, this is not
You're not
debate.
telling it the way it was. That's okay.
Mayor Rance,
you want to keep
this is
peddling
not-
wrong
this is a
information,
council
that's
chamber.
your business.
Enough. Mr. Rance, enough. Enough, enough. I apologize to everybody. This is a very serious debate. It's not a debate. This is a very serious matter. We need to stick to the facts. Go to the Correctional Services Canada and see what they've done since the last prison break and the murder of Martin Payne, who was a beloved member of this community. Go there and find out, okay, please calm down in the back. If there are problems with this, we'll remove everybody from the chamber. Please keep your comments to yourself. Please go to the website for Correctional Services of Canada, what they've done since that murder of Mr. Payne. There's more authorization for the warden to accept or not accept inmates, as well as they've done a lot of safety guards regarding their counts. Go to the website, find out the facts rather than rely on innuendo and hearsay information. Okay, let's move to the next.
Patty Whitehouse, Rocky Point Road, and I just want to express my appreciation for the very readable and informative progress report from the fire hall technician team.
Thank you.
For the record, we heard through our pod very quickly. I don't know the process it got there, but it got there quickly.
I'm glad that you heard from the pod. If you could identify yourself.
Madam Mayor, I'm Clayton Baker, a resident of 5109 William Head Road. I also own, in partnership with my family, 3659 Soup Road. For clarity, I'm here today in respect to the Soup Road properties. We have put forward development proposals in the past on our property. Since we began this process, we have received a lot of public feedback. As a result of this feedback and other information we've gathered, we believe we have a better understanding of the concerns of this residents and the level of support for the project that exists for the project. To this end, we also want to keep the conversation going. This brings me to my next point. We are in the process of revising our development proposal to reflect what we've learned so far. We intend to bring the revised proposal to Metchosin in time for the August council meeting. We also believe that it would be a benefit to get better indication of where Metchosin residents are on developing the Soup Road corridor for commercial and light industrial use for things like mini storage and others. We feel the residents are generally supportive to expanding the tax base in this manner. It is my belief that this would be a logical way to maintain the rural nature of Metchosin, while at the same time providing options for future councils to meet upcoming challenges without placing the burden of the cost of these challenges on the residents. As we believe this information will be beneficial to Metchosin as well as ourselves, we are prepared to fund the cost of adding a question to the election on October 17th that will provide clarity for residents and if they see this as a way forward. Specifically, we would like to ask residents, if they would support a limited expansion of commercial light industrial zoning on Soup Road in accordance with the community plan. I want to emphasize this is not specific to our thing, just the general stretch, not to our development in particular. With the time of the proposal, it is our intent to make this not an election issue, but to make it more of an opportunity for the residents to be heard. I suspect, I don't know, that there would be a cost to adding a question like this to the election, and we'd be willing to bear that cost. So, respectfully, thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, there's no council meeting in August. There is a September 21st meeting.
Then I screwed up my research.
Oh, that's fine. That's
yeah,
fine.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
My name is Mark Gross and I live on Matheson Lake Park Road. I'd like to comment on a variance request for my street. I've only become aware of this variance request was being tabled today on your agenda in a letter from the district which arrived on Friday, and I haven't had a chance to see the complete variance request, but I would like to comment on it since they're considering it today. My first point is that I'm the neighbor that would probably be most impacted. This is a variance request for a secondary suite, and the variance is to increase the distance allowable. So I'm probably the neighbor that would be most affected by this because it's moving in the direction of my property. It's moving towards my property line. I'm on the immediate west side of the property in question here. And my family's concern is that this potentially increases disturbance and noise and voices. This summer, for the first time in the 3 years that we've lived there, we could actually hear personal discussions from their property as they were building the home. And so that, you know, they sit on your deck in your house and you hear personal conversation would not be enjoyed by anybody. So that's one concern by bringing it closer to us. The second concern is that we were approached by a representative for the property last fall. And at the time, we were asked to assign a supporting letter for a variance request to increase the distance between the secondary suite and the main house. And my wife and I believe it was for 8 feet or 2 meters. I might be wrong on that, but trying to remember back, that seemed to be what the request was going to be for. But what I see in the letter of Friday, that we received Friday, is that the request is for 30 feet. It's 9.1 meters. And so that's quite different from what we had signed to. Though I don't have a copy of the full application, so I could be wrong on whether it was 8 feet, but that's what we think. So we signed in good faith because we wanted to welcome the neighbors. And this seems to be a little bit bad faith. That's the impression it gives us. So we're unsure about that. The third comment point is that I'm not sure that a 61% increase to the bylaw is appropriate for what Metchosin wants to achieve with these bylaws. I believe what it wants to achieve is keeping the footprint of construction small, and that's meant to contribute to the ambiance of Metchosin with its open spaces and biodiversity and so forth. And if this were passed, then it seems to me it sets a precedence of other properties, even on our street, but certainly elsewhere as they come up in the future, that such a significant variance was allowed. So those are the 3 points. Our concern about disturbance as it comes closer to us, the issue about what had we been approached to agree upon, and thirdly, whether it suits Metchosin. So we welcome the neighbors, but we think they're overreaching perhaps within the Metchosin framework to achieve something that is perhaps inappropriate. And that's all I wanted to have a chance to pass on, like our family's comments. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So the complete package, the request and the planner's report was at the last council meeting. That was June 10th, I believe. I could be wrong on that date, but we can ask staff to send you all that correspondence and the link to the website. Okay. Next.
Hi, my name is Lynn Pollock. I'm not a resident of Metchosin, so I apologize for that. However, I'm here to speak on behalf of the amendment application for zoning for 3280 Woodruff Road. So my name, like I said, is Lynn Pollock. I'm the daughter of John and Peggy Jervis, who own the property at 3280 Woodruff Road. My parents owned the property for 66 years. In more recent years, while my mother was still alive, she had an agreement with CRD to purchase a large portion of the property for parking. However, this was never approved. The property means so much to me personally.
Ms. Pollock?
Yes.
We've got a member of council online, so if you can just speak directly into it, that would be great.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just direct us here. Thank you.
I'd rather not, but
I know. Thank you.
This property means so much to me personally. After my mother passed away and my brother and I inherited the property, we both realized that even if we bought each other out, we couldn't afford to do the upgrades that were needed. Nor would it be smart at our ages of 66 and 68 to take on the responsibility of the property. It was so important to my brother and I that we sold this property to the right buyer. We adamantly agreed after my mother passed away that we didn't want a developer to purchase the property, that we wanted it to be kept intact. And as you can appreciate, when you're selling a property, you really can't force another person to do something or not do something. We were approached by the Victoria Humane Society and a deal was made. It was a perfect sale for my brother and I. as we knew the property would be kept whole, or we thought. The Victoria Humane Society has graciously allowed my brother and I to put a plaque on the property in memory of our parents. It reads, "Loving caretakers of this property for 66 years. I'm sorry. It's okay. The Victoria Humane Society has also given me permission to come on the property whenever I want. And I have done that. I've done that many times. My mom subscribed to beautiful BC magazine, so whenever it comes, I get a call, the magazine's there. So I've been there a lot. I've seen the improvements they've done to the property. For example, a new septic field. The old field was 54 years old. Another example of improvements on the property was enormous amounts of Scotch broom removed. Both of these are examples of huge environment improvements, all improvements I've seen personally. I did write a letter. So I write the letter in support of Penny Stone and the Victoria Humane Society application for a zoning change. They've been totally environmentally respectful and responsible with this property. That means much more to me than it does to anyone here. Please note, if they were not being environmentally responsible or respectful of the property, I would be the first person here to speak up against it. And I'm just asking to support the Victoria Humane Society in their application for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Pollock. And on behalf of council, please accept our condolences. Peggy was admired and a wonderful member of our community. I had tea with her at her house. She was generous and in spirit and with her resources. And yeah, she was a true gem of this community. So our condolences. Okay, next.
Gary Lamb, Hackmore Drive. I just want to raise a comment regarding the tax exemptions being sought. In that many of the groups seeking the tax exemption are registered charities, and as such are able to provide tax deductible receipts. And individuals can then claim a tax deduction for their contribution, whereas increased property taxes are not tax deductible.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Yvonne Becker, and I live on Liberty Drive, and I'm the president of the Metchosin Hall Society. I want to thank staff for their report and for recognizing the Hall Society continues to meet the criteria for the permissive tax exemption. Metchosin Community Hall has served the community for generations. It provides a place for weddings, celebrations, community groups, emergency support, culture events, and local organizations. Like many non-profits, we rely on certainty so we can budget responsibly, plan maintenance, and continue serving residents. The traditional permissive tax exemption framework has provided that certainty for many years. From the Hall Society perspective, restoring that framework for 2027 would allow us to focus on operating the Hall rather than wondering how future funding decisions may change from year to year, along with the added volunteer time to apply for the required grants. Whatever Council decides about the long-term direction of this policy in the future, we respectfully ask that the organizations which clearly qualify under the current criteria continue to receive the stability they need to serve the community. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Did you identify yourself as a trustee? I didn't hear it, sorry.
I'm not a trustee. I'm the president of the Hall Society.
Okay, thank you.
Judy Roper, Pears Road. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my strong support for maintaining full permissive tax exemptions for all the organizations that have applied. While the report to Council frames the cost of these exemptions as an increase in property taxes, it unfortunately repeats a past mistake. It completely fails to calculate the immense value these organizations return to the Metchosin community. These groups provide vital services, programs, community spaces, and environmental stewardship. The value to the municipality far exceeds the estimated cost to taxpayers. A true cost-benefit analysis is simply not complete unless both sides of the equation are factored in. We all want to keep taxes as low as possible, but I strongly recommend that Council look to other areas to generate revenue. For instance, pursuing light industrial development opportunities along Sioux Road would bring in substantial funding without undermining the very organizations that serve as the cornerstones of our community. I was actually very interested in what Mr. Baker said about a referendum. I would be for that because I think this community does want to see some light industrial. Anyways, thank you for your time and consideration.
Ms. Franz, what road do you live on? Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's Miss Roper.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Roper.
Pears Road.
Pears Road, thank you. Sorry, it's very hard to hear with hearing aids in this, right where I am. Thank you.
Hello, Rachel Olson, Tipton Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rachel Olson. I'm the Secretary of the Victoria Motorcycle Club. I'm here in support of the club regarding our application for the permissive tax exemption. Thank you for the opportunity to appear. The Victoria Motorcycle Club has been in continuous operation since 1912, making us one of the oldest and largest motorcycle clubs in Canada. Our property is one of only 2 sanctioned off-road vehicle sites on the South Vancouver Island, providing safe, dedicated space for families to enjoy sport in our region. In the past year, as noted in our application, we've hosted the Metchosin Fire Department, the Search and Rescue, and the Metchosin Scouts, providing our facilities at no cost to support their training, and we support the fire department further through fundraising through our annual hill climb. We've also worked directly with the Metchosin Fire Department on fire smarting our property, work that was recently recognized in the Metchosin Muse for its role in protecting our neighbors and the surrounding community. As stewards of this land, we take our responsibility to the surrounding environment seriously. We are currently developing a master plan that will guide the long-term sustainable and use of our trails, one that balances our members' passion for the sport through thoughtful land management, habitat protection, and erosion control. Our goal is to ensure that our property continues to serve both our community and the natural environment around it for generations to come. I'm available to answer any questions if you have anything about our application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I guess it's me, Wendy Mitchell, Woody Beach Road. I want to commend this council for a change, that you are reconsidering the PTE. It really is important. It was just a crazy thing to try and change that. These organizations are so important to our community. So I'm really glad you're going to revisit that last decision you made. And I hope that you just revert to the original, which I think is option 1 there. It must be an election year because you've listened to us all. We've all come out many times and talked about this. So it's good. Thank you. I'm glad you're looking at it again. Hope you do the right thing this time.
Thank you. Mr. Bennington, did you want to speak? There's a bit of time here. I don't know if you wanted to go to the microphone or not.
I would just like to, sorry, it's Ed Bennington from Tavane Road. I would just like to point out that the uncertainty of going forward with annual sort of possibilities of changing stuff is make it very difficult for these organizations. I am associated with St. Mary's Church, which has for decades provided the funding to look after the Heritage Church as one of their benefits to the community, among the many other things which have been pointed out by previous speakers. So the uncertainty going forward is very troublesome, and our survival as a church within this community is at risk depending on the decisions that you make.
Thank you. Okay, see no one.
Good evening, Kiara Kahakawila, Perry Crossroad, speaking in support of the permissive tax exemptions as someone who sat at this table for a number of years and provided those tax exemptions to most of the organizations that are on this list. They do require stable funding. They do require the ability to know in advance what that funding will look like so that they can look at what their programs are, what capital projects that they might need to consider for this year or the next year, or as they're doing their own financial planning. The volunteer organizations and not-for-profit organizations within Metchosin, most of whom are asking for these permissive tax exemptions, are ones that provide the fabric of this community and what it all is that we hold dear as Metchosin. Without the contributions that they do that may or may not be monetary in value, allows us to be proud Metchosinites and to continue having the environment that we live in, which is rural in nature, but also allows us to function. The other item that I would like to speak to is in regards to Stacey Charles's Chiano First Nation Canoe Family Partnership request. Honestly, my suggestion would be if you've got some money left over in your grants and aids or in your council discretionary fund, that you would consider providing them with a donation. It is one of those things where they actually do quite a bit of good work, and this is great for their community. I've had an opportunity in the past to sponsor this personally through my business, and they come asking with the best intentions at heart in order to provide their youth, in particular, the opportunity to participate in the tribal journeys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's Ellen Frisch, Perry Crossroad. Speak about three things this evening. First off, the permissive tax exemption bylaw. I think if we take a step back to the principle of what we're trying to do here, which is provide certainty all the way around, including to the district, we've got 4 examples of requests for money on this agenda in addition to the request for exemptions. And every meeting I've been at where we've talked about these things, it comes down to how much money is in our budget, or conversely not in our budget, and having to make decisions at every meeting as to who's going to get funded, whose proposal is worthy or not. And somewhere there needs to be a balance in there that provides certainty to the taxpayers of Metchosin about where that bucket of money is coming out of, which might be tapped from a combination of permissive tax exemption and then other opportunities for the grants that were just spoken about. So I advocate a principled approach on that. Number 3, wholeheartedly support the rezoning of the property for the SPCA. I have followed that one, and I just wanted to note on a technical matter on the recommendation in it. It refers to staff seeking information from the applicant's qualified environmental professional. The relationship there to request that information is it's not between municipal staff and the QEP, it rests with the applicant. So the applicant presumably is going to be responsible for the billable hours and time that QEP has to put in answering the questions that the district requests of them. So I'd look at how that request is structured. And then lastly, just in terms of the fire hall update, I just wanted to make those aware, because I wasn't aware until I was doing my own research that the Agricultural Land Commission approved the non-farm use application for the future fire hall site, presuming it would be here on the lands. Great letter, 10 pages long, released May 12th. Gives a great summary of all the past applications for removal of the ALR and then reversal, and then all the many non-farm use applications and the OCP amendments that were put in, and continuous reaffirmation that the property is meant to be used for public community development. So it's a good read, and it's a publicly available letter. And I've got a copy of it here that I'll be sharing if those of you who are interested. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other comments, we'll conclude public participation and move along in our agenda. Next, council, we've got the adoption of the minutes. This is for the June 22nd, 2026 regular council meeting.
Move adoption.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. If you're opposed, Councillor Gray, just scream out, okay? Otherwise, I will take it as in voting in the affirmative. We've got the receipt of minutes. We'll take these individually. We've got the receipt of the June 16th draft Parks and Trails Advisory Select Committee meeting. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We've got the June.
May I ask a question? I had a question to ask. I'm wondering if the Parks and Trails draft master plan will come forward for council.
I'm going to ask Councillor Shukin to answer this. Could you answer the question?
Yes. And what is interesting about the master plan, two things. There is the potential of a significant revision because we're no longer, ideally after tonight, talking about the bufferland as a potential park, as a park. So there'll be some revisions around that. We are also working on some mapping as well, and that is underway. I have received comments from Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Gray, from EASC, from members of the community, and we're also factoring those into a new draft, and I'm hoping to circulate that before too long. So,
okay, thank you. Okay, that motion was passed. We'll move along to June 23rd, Metchosin Environment Select Committee. One of you at the table, go ahead. Move adoption. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Comment.
Yes, it's Steve here. I just wanted to mention an important event happened at our last meeting, and that is that Bill Cave gave notice that he would be stepping down from MEASC. Bill's been a long-time member and a Metchosin Friends of the Earth Award winner. We really appreciated Bill's input over these years, and we'll be sure to recognize him further. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nodding heads at the table. We welcome his wise guidance here. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question then on the adoption of the Metchosin Environmental Advisory Select Committee meeting of June 23rd. Call the question. All in favor? Seeing no one opposed, that is carried. Yep.
I think we may have missed the special planning committee, or jumped ahead.
I'll go back. Thank you for that. For adoption, the June 23rd Special Community Planning Committee minutes. Go ahead, Councillor.
Proceed.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Hearing none opposed. Move along to the June 25th Healthy Community Advisory Select Committee meeting minutes.
Move receipt.
This is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor, oh yeah, it is received. Councillor Donaldson, all in favor? No one opposed? That carries. Okay, moving along to the mayor's update. date. I'll be as brief as possible as soon as I get this up on my screen. Okay. Once a month at a council meeting, I give a written report regarding my activities regionally and within the district. This time it was just, there's been a lot going on. I did it in point form, and I gave you links to all the different media reports, as well as different communiques, for instance, by Royal Roads University. So I'll just name them. Celebration of Life for Lillian Marie Schbach, who died in office. She died in May 2nd of this year. There was a celebration of life held at Royal Roads University on June 13th. I was asked by the family of Lillian to give a tribute to her, as well as the celebration of life was hosted by the city of Langford. The female counselors were the MCs for the event: Mary Wagner, Colby Harder, and Kimberly Gowrie. Ted Robbins, the CAO of the CRD, also gave a tribute, as well as Lillian's daughter-in-law, Tanya Sunshine. Royal Roads has set up an entrance award, and an endowment in Lillian's honor has been established. The CRD will honor Lillian's name on an annual basis. That was also reported in the news. Every year, I've been delighted to attend the Camosun College Spring Convocation. This year was June 17th. This was the 4th year in a row. It was really an extraordinary event. I wish all of council could have been there. There were drummers, celebration, territorial acknowledgements, Sam Scott, a respected knowledge keeper, cultural facilitator, ceremonial drummer from the Sartlip First Nation was there. He is the son of Elder May Sam, as many of you know her, very revered, and has deep family ties to the First Nations. The Governor General's Collegiate Bronze Medal was awarded to Gayang Yu. This event was hosted by Dr. Wayne Trotter, the president of Camosun College. There is a change of command. There was a change of command at CFB Esquimalt. I attended the ceremony in May. The ceremony was to mark the change of command between Samuel Patchell, CD, to Blair Brown, OMM, MSc, CD. This was at the invitation of Kevin Whiteside, our base commander. There was, of course, welcoming and blessings from Chief Jerome Thomas of Esquimalt First Nations. That was also covered in the news. I did have a lengthy conversation with Chief Jerome Thomas, who I've met previously as a part of, as vice chair of the CRD when we've gone out. You okay? Yeah, okay. Do you have a cough drop? Okay, good. Anyways, that was a wonderful event. We did have an open house as part of the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice Committee. This is the delegated CRD commission. I'm chair of that committee. As you've known, last month I shepherded in our annual 2020-2025 report. This was our open house to welcome back all those service providers that provide valuable service for youth and families in our region. It was a wild success. On that note, I forgot to mention that I have gone to Langford Council and to View Royal Council to also shepherd in that report of the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice, as is my responsibilities as chair of that delegated CRD commission. I also attended the cadets at the SCC Beacon Hill, the 47th annual ceremonial review. It was a marvelous event, particularly because it was attended by the cadets themselves and their family. It was so celebratory. I was joined by regional partners, Doug Kobayashi, the Mayor of Colwood, the Mayor of Langford, Scott Goodmanson, as well as MP Jeff Kibble from, where is he, the MP in Shawnigan Lake area to the Malahat. It was a wonderful event, seeing all of these young women and men graduating from the cadet program with valuable, tangible skills. I also attended, as some of you did, the Parisian Cafe put on by our marvelous Metchosin Seniors Association. This was on June 6th. It seems to almost always rain on that event, but they were prepared. We had music and treats. The food was donated by Patisserie Danielle Volke, so we thank him for that. There was great conversations, as well as many seniors and dogs, and our MLA Dana Lejeunesse was able to join us for that briefly. I'm very proud to recognize that we did raise the pride flag here in the district on June 25th, and thank you to all of council for joining me here. This marks the 4th consecutive year at the District of Metchosin that we've raised the pride flag. Our staff was there, members of the fire department, our MP, Stephanie McLean, helped raise the flag. She made a special trip from Vancouver to attend our pride flag ceremony. We had cake and conversations. Members of the William Head Institution, Pearson College, West Shore RCMP, our own fire department, Metchosin Search and Rescue, the Art Pod volunteers, some of them, and community volunteers were here. We had an amazing turnout, so thank you for joining us. I did march in the Pride Parade yesterday. I wasn't marching, I was sitting in the Central Saanich fire truck, the big rig that they have there, with Mayor Maya Tate from Souk. We were invited to ride in the fire truck, so that was something new. I didn't have to march, and it was a wonderful, positive event. We had the Canada Day Festivus celebration right here in the district. We're very fortunate to have the Metchosin Arts and Cultural Center Association, MACA, that put on this valuable and quite extensive celebration, Festivus celebration to honor Canada Day. It started with a horse parade. Stella French and Anna Witten started off the day. We had music, food, portraits, a blacksmith demonstration. It was a wonderful Canada Day celebrations, and thanks to council for joining us there. As well as the Art Pod MACA, which and at the what I'm now calling the Metchosin Arts and Recreation Center or Collective Center collaboration is called Alchemy of Creating. I invite everybody to go to that gallery. It is absolutely phenomenal right now, the exhibition that they have. As well, as you know, the West Shore mayors have been meeting every month for the past 4 years, just to increase the communications that wasn't there in the past. We had all recognized that given our shared resources, given everybody is in tight financial situations, all of the West Shore municipalities are feeling it. We felt that it was important that we meet monthly, and it was so important in the beginning, in early or in late 2022 and early 2023. And I initiated these meetings because I knew we had to have good communications, because at some point we were going to have disagreements, and it's easier to have disagreements with people that you know and people that you trust. So we've been meeting monthly, and July 3rd was our final meeting of the 4 years. And I thank my regional partners, Scott Goodmanson, the City of Langford, Doug Kobayashi, the City of Colwood, Sid Tobias from the Township of Royal, Maya Tate from the District of Souk, Wandafuka Director Al Wickham, who am I missing? Oh, and Ken Williams from the District of Highlands. This was so successful that we also had Mayor Barb Desjardins from Esquimalt wanting to join our group, and so she joined as well. So it was great communications, and great to get input from other mayors at being a new mayor at the time. Additionally, I attended the Strong Cities Network. This was hosted by Laura Perron of the City of Victoria. All of council received that invitation. And this was an opportunity for mayors and councils within the CRD region and other civic leaders to explore all tools and resources to respond to hate, extremism, and polarization. Marianne Alto, the mayor of the City of Victoria, presented her community safety plan. I think everybody got a copy of that. If not, I can get you a copy. It's located, or the link to this particular network conversation and workshop was there, but there is that report, and I can get that for you. Additionally, some important things. So we got tea with the mayor. So we've been meeting once a month. I've invited the community to come in and have tea and coffee and cookies to talk about anything that is of mind for the citizens, and that has been very successful. The next one is tomorrow, and the deputy mayor and myself will be attending. I believe that is that you? Yeah. And I know that you might have to leave quite a bit early because you've got other commitments, but if you can be there for 15 minutes, that'd be great. Okay. And then as well, we've got this Thursday, there's going to be music in the park in our pavilion here. The band that will be playing is, again, Helen Davies and the High Definition Chicks. They've played here before. It was wildly successful for the last 3 years, and I'm looking forward to that. It starts at 6 p.m. in the pavilion. They will be setting up at 5 to 6. We'll have some Taylor Swift playing, and please bring your blankets and your family and a picnic. And there's some other things that I missed on this update, but I'll include in my September update. So that concludes my mayor's update.
Mayor Little, it's Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Thank you for your article. Also, just to mention the article in the Muse about the police department, the RCMP building, and the work being done on that. Will we consider a report for that at our September meeting?
I didn't hear it. Sorry. When you speak, my hearing aids sort of go off with the echo. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I said I wanted to add another item to thank you for the article you wrote in the Muse about the RCMP building and the concerns that we have. And I wondered, would we receive a report on that in September?
You won't receive a report from me, but you might from staff. So that's the second letter that I've written, or article that I've written for Metchosin Muse regarding the RCMP, the West Shore RCMP rebuild. We are renters in that building, and I thought it was important for the community to hear the facts and get the links to the View Royal and the City of Langford websites where all of the information is there. Perhaps CAO Payette, would you like to comment on a report?
Yeah, sure, through the chair. Thanks for that question. Out there, wherever you are, we're working with the Langford staff to get some information on the rental issue, and once we get that information, we can put together a report quickly. I'm sure we'll have it in September, but we're waiting for information from Langford. So
okay. Okay. So with
thank you.
Okay. With that, Thomasina, maybe you can turn down the volume a little bit. Thank you. Okay, we've got business arising. This is 7A in your council agenda. Everybody's got that. This is the June 23rd special community planning meeting, zoning amendment application for 3280 Woodruff Road. Councillor Shukin.
Thank you, Mayor Little. We had extensive discussion on June 23rd, and there was, significant public interest, I would say, in this application, and I recognize the people that wrote in at that time. I also want to recognize Ms. Pollock, who also has written in and spoken to us tonight. One thing we talked about this on the 23rd. We're at a preliminary stage with this zoning amendment application. And so what the motion that we passed at the committee level does is it gives clear direction to a planner in how to work with the Humane Society and the professionals, all directed toward what I believe is going to be a very strong conservation outcome. Or at least build the pillars so we can move on that road. So with that, I would like to move that council direct staff to proceed with referrals for this zoning amendment application, and that council direct staff to seek additional information from the applicant's qualified environmental professional regarding wildlife movement, habitat connectivity, fencing, trails, and the potential effects of the proposed animal shelter use, including associated site activities, structures, and future site improvements on environmentally sensitive areas of the property, including any recommended mitigation measures, and that council direct staff, in consultation with the applicant and legal counsel, to explore potential options to address environmental considerations associated with the undisturbed southerly portion of the property, including the potential use of Section 219 restrictive covenant, and that staff report back to council with a draft zoning amendment bylaw for consideration. So moved.
Okay, this is moved by Councillor Schuben.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Do you want to motivate further, Councillor Schuben? Then I'll move to Councillor Donaldson, then to Councillor Gray, and then I'll conclude with my comments.
Very simply, yeah. This allows our planner to advance the process and return to council with a substantive package to consider again with these environmental pillars in place. I with respect to Ms. Fritsch, she's probably right about the relationship between the applicant and the proponent, the staff and the proponent, but there is a relationship that our planner has with the QEP as well. So I think the motion is solid enough in that respect. Again, it does give the green light for staff to discuss conservation covenants and other options with the Humane Society. And I think it is the right thing to do. If you're looking for a strong conservation outcome, this is the path to take.
I'm sorry, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of questions regarding this application initially, and I think that the second paragraph here, and that council direct staff regarding the QEP, and it does list a lot of different things here. This is over 38 acres, and one of the things they report out on is having up to 100 dogs and 100 cats, and that's a concern. So I'm looking forward to a much more conclusive report as to what it exactly is going to happen with this property, whether that's 50 to 100 dogs or whatever, closer to the buildings, or is it going to be the whole property, that sort of thing. One of the things that keeps coming up at the community, throughout the community, is the fact that the owners of this property were very resistant to put a covenant on when they were inquiring about a permissive tax exemption. This here now is asking again, but only a little bit different. This is a 219 restrictive covenant for the whole property. So I am looking forward to what the outcome is, what work our planner can put together, working with the proponent and giving a much more conclusive report on this, with the end goal being a restrictive covenant. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gray?
Yes. When I read the motion again and consider our discussion earlier at the Planning Committee, in sum, we're asking the staff to negotiate a Section 219 covenant with the proponent. And we have a letter, in other words, in writing. The Victoria Humane Society said they will not consider Section 219 covenant or other measures to protect the natural world there. As a result, I cannot support this motion. I think that it is futile to have that discussion at the moment. I would be prepared to accept a motion that asked staff to speak with the Humane Society to get a better report on the environment. In other words, the second paragraph of the motion. But I see no point in us expending valuable staff time and legal costs when the developers already said they're not interested.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting this application. If you look to the video of what was said at that meeting, certainly the person in charge, Miss Penny Stone, was very open to not only having Bilston Creek Watershed Protection Society come on the land. I introduced her at the end of the meeting with to Alison Leduc, who's spearheading the Bilston Watershed Protection Society at the moment, the group, and she was very receptive to that. I really wanted to see that connection as well. She was a little bit more amenable to discussing covenants, and I also want to beg the question, with every application, are we now going to ask for a special covenant, or is it just for this group? Because if another person, another entity, another developer decided to buy this property, they could do whatever they want according to the zoning. And let's not forget that the provincial government has brought down a number of different bills and a number of different bills, Bill 16, the Transportation Amendment Act, Bill 43, the Housing Supply Act. We've talked about all this. Bill 44, the Housing Statutes Act, which enables small-scale multi-unit housing. Bill 46, development financing, as well as Bill 47, the transit-oriented areas. So if another entity was to purchase this property, they would be able to develop it according to the zoning. And certainly we know from the province that they're interested in housing, they're interested in growth. And that's why I stated all these different bills. So with this property owner, you've heard from Peggy Jervis's daughter who wrote us a letter. It's included in the package as well. She spoke very passionately at this meeting about the intent of her mother, the initial intent of her mother's wishes. She also spoke that both her brother and herself, who inherited the property from Miss Jervis, they were very happy with who they chose to sell the property to, and they think that they are good stewards of the land. I think that speaks volumes. She also mentioned that she's welcomed on the property at any time. The Victoria Humane Society has allowed Miss Pollock and her brother to go on the property and place a plaque in memory of their mother, Peggy Jervis, as well. Miss Pollock spoke at the meeting tonight and said that if there were environmental concerns, she would be the first to speak out, and she has no concerns. And a lot of what we speak at the table here is trust. I have trust in Miss Pollock. I have trust in the Victoria Humane Society to do the right thing. I know that another entity, such as a developer, could take that site and do things to it and develop according to their zoning. We know that other people in the area do have property and are doing things that are outside their authority of zoning, such as light industrial activities, when they're not supposed to be doing that. I'm very confident in what the Victoria Humane Society is doing there. It puzzles me why we are holding the Victoria Humane Society to a higher account than we have other properties. And are we going to ask for a covenant on every property? I don't think that's fair. I will be speaking further in favor of this, but at this moment, I'll keep an open mind, but I will vote in favor. Does anybody else have additional comments?
Yes, I'd like to speak again.
Yep, we've got Councillor Gray followed by Councillor Donaldson, and perhaps Councillor Shukin would like to weigh in for a second time as well. Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
I guess I might say that we're already aware that the owners of the property did not follow the riparian regulations. So when you say you have full confidence, I'm sort of sitting in the other camp, because we've already seen actions on the property that were detrimental to the environmental regulatory framework. I think Councillor Shukin has emphasized we're early in the process, and I'm simply saying, rather than us spending our money and time on this, let the proponents take their time and consider whether or not they want to come forward and protect some of the property. When you speak and say that you don't think the covenant's appropriate, well, that would mean voting against the motion, because in this instance, Mayor Little, what the motion is to work towards getting Section 219 covenant. We're not talking about other properties, we're talking about this property. And we're doing that because the planner has recommended it to council, and we passed it at planning committee. So you supported the covenant then. Are you not supporting a covenant at this point?
Is that a question to me or to staff?
A question to Mayor Little.
Yeah, that's me. So the covenant, what I'm saying is we need to follow due process. We need to follow due process and what is outlined by our very experienced planner. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm questioning the wisdom of having to have covenants on all different properties. Well, I'm just wondering why this, I think it's a valid question. Why is this particular property being subject to a Section 219 restrictive covenant when other properties haven't been? I'm just begging that question. The planner has suggested it. If you were at that meeting, you will have been able to hear that Penny Stone is more open to that. And she said she will consider that. I trust her on her word regarding the, what did you term, problems with the riparian. She mentioned that she didn't realize that she was breaking the rules. Once they were made aware that they were doing something that they shouldn't do, they stopped. And they've got valid environmental professionals giving advice on this. With that, I have trust in them. I'm sorry that you don't, but I do have trust. Councillor Shukin. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. One of the outstanding concerns that I have, not just of the use of the property, but this is an upland zone and heavily treed. This is in the Souk Road corridor, adjacent to the buffer land, Section 95 and Niels Road. And being in the uplands, the one thing that I learned from the last report, in seeing some photographs, was how much of the headwaters are in the uplands. And so protecting that is quite valuable when we think about the headwaters of the Bilston goes all the way through our community. There are a couple of farms that do have licenses on the water from that. And so, you know, keeping the water pure and clean and flowing, this is also the value of having a restrictive covenant in that area. And there are several properties that would have subsidiary waters that go into the Bilston. So the watershed is a valuable asset to our community and runs right through it. So again, protecting that is superior in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Shukin.
Yeah, in terms of the Humane Society's actions around their fencing and the stream crossings, just to pull a quote from the planners, or the report from the QEP, it says the QEP reports that required remediation of previous unpermitted stream crossings has now been completed in accordance with the Water Sustainability Act, and no further remediation of stream crossings is required. So I thought Councillor Gray's comments the other day were actually really aggressive in terms of terming things illegal. And I'm glad the planner or Ms. Johnson didn't take the bait and threw it back to the report itself. The one thing I would just say, though, is if anybody at this table wants to be that pointed and point out unauthorized uses on sites that come before us for rezoning, say, that they're consistent and that they take a look at maybe unauthorized uses that might be in place on some of those other things. So I hope that is a precedent that might be set, especially for certain individuals at this table. And again, I ask folks to look around if they want to have an understanding of the impacts going on in that area. Look around, look broadly at some of the neighbors to this particular property. So I'll leave it at that. But the one thing, I take your point, Mayor Little, why the Humane Society is being targeted, like, I don't know, the emphasis on a covenant for this particular property owner. We have a number of permissive tax exemption, organizations looking for permissive tax exemptions coming up in the next discussion. I'm going to support, I'll tip my hat right now, I'm going to support the status quo. But I do want to point out a few things. The Victoria Motorcycle Club, there's no covenant on that property as I understand it. Metchosin Hall Society, I'm betting there isn't a protective covenant there. The YMCA, there's no protective covenant there. The Boys and Girls Club, there is no protective covenant with that organization. BC Parks Foundation on Hummingbird Hill, as I understand it, there is no protective covenant there either. So I'm a little confused as to why the Humane Society is being singled out, but again, they've indicated, I saw them there, indicated a willingness to enter some discussions. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, good point. I think it's Councillor Donaldson has pointed out in the past about we should treat everybody fairly and evenly. And perhaps if this is the route we're going to go down, perhaps with the Victoria Motorcycle Club, with the Hall Society, Boys and Girls Club, all of them, maybe they should all have protective covenants on their properties. That's probably not practical and it might be expensive, but I think that needs to be considered if we hold one group and one property to this. And I take your point, Councillor Shukin, look around and at that area and see what is happening on some of the properties in the area in terms of not abiding by provincial legislations, cutting trees that they shouldn't have, destroying the canopy. So I take your point and thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Oh, go ahead.
Mayor Little.
Yeah, for a third time. Go ahead.
Well, I think something's been said that it's worth just covering a few points. One point is that the reason why the planner is suggesting a covenant here, it's quite well detailed in her report to us, is to uphold our official community plan. We're being asked for an amendment to zoning, and that has led the planner to say, now, when that happens, now's your time to step in and follow the plan. It's a sensitive ecosystem, make a move to protect it. So that's the rationale. I'm sorry that people have missed it. On the second point, in relation to permissive tax exemptions, you will all recall that last summer we passed a brand new policy such that we would, on the advice of MEASC, seek covenants on properties that have significant forest canopy in time. We would have been doing that this year, except that Council abolished the permissive tax exemptions for 2026. So it's already on the books that we are going to pursue that policy, not to force people, but to enter a discussion with them. But all those other organizations that were named, none of them are seeking amendments to their zoning. So that's why this is special. It's not targeting them. It's in response to an application for a zoning amendment. And it's a simple responsibility of the local government to follow its OCP and take that opportunity to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Since I've given you the third opportunity, I'll also give everybody else the third opportunity to speak. Does anybody else at the table wish to speak? provide more commentary. Go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
I just want to clarify, and hopefully everybody in the room has followed this. We're talking about a zoning amendment, not a PTE. That was, the PTE was a previous discussion that is not to be mixed up with this.
I think that's very important here. We'll discuss the permissive tax exemptions later this evening. We're discussing this zoning application. Now, what I want to point out is even prior to this zoning amendment application, when we were discussing the permissive tax exemptions, and it goes back to 2023, September 11th, 2023. And when Penny Stone came to council to talk about permissive tax exemptions, it was at that time that Penny Stone was approached by members of our community asking for a covenant. And at that time, she was asked to give up part of her property in exchange for, I don't know what in exchange for. That was not council. It was not the mayor. It was not our staff. And I think, I know that set the tone of the relationship between the District of Metchosin and Penny Stone, rightly or wrongly. I think that, and she acknowledged this when she spoke, she got her back up a little bit. And I would too, if I had just bought a property and I had outsiders coming in and telling me that I needed to put a restrictive covenant on my property and that I needed to give up part of the property that I had just purchased from donor contributions. And so what I spoke about quite passionately at the last meeting was, I want to see a reset in the communications between the district, between the residents and this property. I think they are valued members of our community. I welcome them here. There could be far worse activities on that property. I will vote in favor of this motion. Okay, I'm going to call the question on what has been put forward. The motion is there on screen, and it is in your business arising 7A. I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed by Councillor Gray. That motion passes. Thank you, everyone. That was a good discussion. Moving along to reports for action. Reports for action. We have a request for a development variance permit, 1010 Matheson Lake Park Drive. We have a report here, and who's going to take that? Councillor Shukin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Little. Again, the variance request is for a setback of 24 meters, just slightly over that from 50 meters, which is in our bylaw. And that is the only thing there. The building is the size of the secondary suite as required by the land use bylaw. So from my perspective, the proposed variance does minimize site disturbances and helps maintain the natural character of the property, especially with the shared driveway. And with the one variance just being the setback from the principal residence, we're not considering everything else. The the setbacks from the side and front of the yard are well within our allowances. Now, I do take Mr. Gross's comments, but into consideration, but we do take those into consideration. We look at what the potential impacts are to biodiversity elements and consistency with community values, and also especially the setbacks, the required setbacks. So with that, I would like to move that Council directs staff to issue development variance permit application 2602 per the recommendation. So moved.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Do you wish to motivate further? Okay. No comments from Councillor Shukin and Councillor Donaldson.
I just want to comment that we did do a site visit to see where the lay of the land was. There are no trees or shrubbery in the way. It's interesting that it is an upland zone because it was fairly level.
Yeah.
The concern in the report was that there was a rock in the middle of the driveway. I didn't see that, but that again isn't a concern. They put the driveway where they needed to based on the bedrock underneath, and the and cited the fact that the secondary dwelling on the opposite side of that shared driveway to the house. Anything closer, there's quite a deviation into the of the land that goes into, say, the basement area. The frontal part, or I guess the Matheson Lake side of it, is more fill. So building on fill isn't as secure, I suppose, than where they've cited. So I do appreciate the site that they have. I empathize with the neighbor with the sounds traveling, because there has been nobody on this property ever. There's no dwellings on this property. It's been vacant for forever, I guess. Yeah. So that will be certainly an adjustment. Certainly something that maybe the neighbors can work through as well. So I do understand the concerns there.
Okay. Councillor Gray, you weren't able to attend the site visit, but did you have any comments regarding this?
Yes, I do. We've looked at quite a few variances for this sort of thing, and this is the first time we've heard from a neighbor opposing the application for a variance on the basis of the noise and disturbance. Each time we've looked at the variances, I've considered, and I think council had considered, two questions. One was, would it disturb the neighbors as much or more than the principal residence? And two was, what about the driveway? A single driveway with no opportunity for a new driveway, which might encourage subdivision interest in future times. So of the two tests, this one seems to fail on the first test, the disturbance of the neighbors. And I'm also concerned with the issue of Mr. Gross, when he spoke, said he received the referral on Friday before the meeting today on Monday. So I'm wondering about the other neighbors. And I'm curious if we, maybe I'm pitched to the planning chair, Councillor Shukin, should we be deferring this until we hear concretely from all of the neighbors who have been sent referrals?
Councillor Shukin, we can also ask staff. Mr. Payette, as I understand it, we did receive replies from anybody else that received the letter. Ms. Barnes or CAO Payette?
I don't really have a response other than if there's a date on the letter to respond by, maybe. I don't remember seeing the letter, but we could look that up.
Okay.
Quickly.
This was a letter that was sent to the neighbors regarding the application. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
I'm not prepared to wait. I mean, if the vote at the table is such, we can. The one thing I would just say, whether it's 15 meters or 24 meters, the impact of sound is unlikely to change based on, the secondary suite and a difference of, 9 meters. So again, as Councillor Donaldson says, there's been no home there ever. So that is a change. There are many of us in the community that go through this. You live next to a site that isn't developed, and all of a sudden you've got great neighbors next to you and their lovely dog and children and all that, and you hear noise you never did before. So
Right. And actually, since we've got the applicant here and the neighbor at this meeting, perhaps we can, after the council meeting, introduce them both so that they have a starting basis for a good neighbor to neighbor communication. Because many of the issues that we deal with or that staff deals with are neighbor to neighbor issue, and it costs us a lot of money in bylaw enforcement. So let's hopefully these two parties can connect and talk about their mutual differences and the places where they meet on. Okay. And that's also about the site visit. That is the beauty of us going to the site and seeing for ourselves. Seeing plans on a map are very difficult to make a decision, and that's why we insist upon every time going for a site visit. And that's the beauty of seeing that property, because it's not a large canopied property. It's pretty wide open. And it is in the definition of the uplands, it's sort of rocky outcrops. It's not necessarily a treed area where you'd have that buffer. But the property owner also at that site visit, that others that didn't attend it would know, it was pointed out to her that, or to the mother of the owner of the property, that there's a huge amount of gorse growing, which is a huge fire hazard for us in this community, as we saw in California when the hills went up, and it was some of it due to species like gorse. And so she said at that time, thank you. We've got the digger here, or the bulldozer here. We can rip it out with the bulldozer. And but there's some on the other side of the fence, so they'll have to have those communications with their neighbors. So, okay, well, let's move to calling the question then. I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed?
Opposed.
Those that passes unanimously. Councillor Donaldson, did you vote in favor? Yeah, Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Shukin, myself voted in favor. Councillor Gray was opposed. Okay, moving along to reports for information. We have the District of Metchosin Public Communications Statistics Report, June 2026. If I could have a motion. Yeah, move receipt by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Comment? Get these monthly. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? No one opposed. We have the District of Metchosin Building Inspection Department report, June 2026. The report. I'll take a motion. Moved by Councillor Shukin, receipt. Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, let's move along to 10.A. This is correspondence. We had a request from the Mayor of the City of Victoria, a request for contribution to support the 2026 Truth and Reconciliation Day ceremonial event. The letter is there for your perusal. What say ye? Does anybody have any comments regarding this letter? I will comment then. I think it behooves us, if we've got some money to support the City of Victoria. I think even a nominal, a very modest donation of, let's say, $200 to support this. We've never supported it before. It is a regional activity. It's attended by thousands. We're welcome to attend. And I would ask maybe a comment from our CFO if we have money in the budget to do this. If not, then we don't. Do we have any extra funds? We're pretty tight here. CFO Creek.
Through the chair. So council has already given away all the money that's been budgeted for the grant aid for 2026. But if you wanted to give 200, we could pull something out from the unappropriated surplus.
Okay, and that would hold for other requests such as the First Nations Canoe Family Tribal Journey as well. If we were to go down that route, that would be from surplus as well.
Through the chair, certainly could do that, but we do have some grant funding that is more than likely available for that purpose.
For that one.
We can talk about that when it pops up.
Okay, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's deal with this one, Marianne Alto's request. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
Mayor Little, if that's a motion to support the regional powwow with $200, I'll second it.
Okay. Yep, so that was moved by me, Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Hearing none opposed. Let's move along to 10B. This is a request from Julia Leggett, a manager of the counseling programs for the Pacific Center Family Services Association. This is a request for long-term funding for the mobile youth services team. You can see the letter there. I'm just pulling it up. My computer has frozen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the letter dated June 30th. Out of interest for everybody in the community, this was sent to every council, every municipality in the region within the CRD. So they're advocating, this is the Pacific Center Family Services Association located in the city of Colwood. They are advocating for long-term funding for the mobile youth services team, which is a team composed of a counselor and a police officer that moves throughout the region responding to youth and family concerns regarding sex trafficking, regarding youth being in trouble for one reason or another. They're supported by this program, and otherwise they're facing violence, gang recruitment, sexual exploitation and trafficking, substance use, and in contact with the police or the courts. At the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice, we have been advocating strongly for the 8 years that I've been on the committee. I'm chair of the committee, and I'm actually quite exhausted writing letters and speaking about the need for this long-term funding for this group. As you'll mention at this table, we did hear from Superintendent Todd Preston that he had changed the model, which was very unfortunate, without notice to us, without engagement, without any kind of consultation. We heard about it after the fact, that the West Shore was no longer going to be a part of the MIST or a part of that mobile youth services team, which was very disappointing to me, and I'm hoping that will change in the future. But regarding this specific ask, I did put forward a notice of motion at the CRD table last week, and that passed unanimously, and that was to ask, it was a simple ask, it was to ask the staff at the CRD to consider funding options. What is available at the CRD table for this regional mobile youth services team? And I brought that forward because it is applicable. It is a regional table that I sit on, and this is a regional service. So this is not problems that are only happening in Langford. Believe me, it's happening in Oak Bay, Central Saanich, Sydney. And this mobile youth services team is moves across borders. I'm very passionate about the group, and that's why I put forward the notice of motion. So I'm not sure if we need to actually do anything. We can send an advocacy letter. That would be great. I've written hundreds, I'm sure, for the mobile youth services team, and I can write one more. But it is at the hands of the CRD right now. And I think that is more appropriate than individual municipalities responding with either advocacy or funding. Have I made that clear? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Donaldson?
I'm just wondering, as I read through this letter, I understand the value of this group for sure. But like so many things, keeps getting downloaded to municipalities. Yeah. So I appreciate you making the notice of motion, and I would like for us, when you move that along, to get more of a report on that. But I'm also thinking we're also going to UBCM, and if there's an opportunity to put in a late resolution to this effect, because that is the place to do it.
Yeah, we have had motions, delegations at UBCM before, but it's a good thought. Let's put our heads together and put in a late motion. That's a good idea. What was your first point? I've forgotten.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the fact that this is a very valuable service,
right?
You've got this notice of motion at the CRD,
and it passed,
and all the leaders there of the region are there.
Mm-hmm.
You could write another letter to the province, but it may fall on deaf ears. But rallying up, everybody in the region.
Yeah.
And then I look further on here about the percentage. I mean, 1% of Metchosin, just in our budget alone, that's $30,000. If we compare that with, other communities here, they're paying more. Obviously, they got more people, that sort of stuff. I don't know. It's only 1%, but 1% is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money for us. Yeah. Okay, regarding, I'm so glad that you brought this up, Councillor Donaldson, very perceptive of you. That comment regarding downloading was also at the CRD table. It was Maya Tate actually that mentioned that we as municipalities have been subject to downloading. And what my response to that was that the province, they're in billions of dollars deficit. I understand that. The federal government also has different priorities at the moment, given the global crisis. It's just simply, I brought this forward because I'm impatient, and I'm not trying to point fingers at the province or the feds. I'm just impatient because it's been 8 years of hard advocacy and we haven't seen anything move. And so that's why I brought it to the CRD table. And it passed unanimously, by the way, despite the reservations from the District of Souk and the City of Colwood. It was a unanimous decision to ask staff to go back and look at funding options. Okay, so I think what we should do, if you don't mind my direction, is move receipt of this letter. Would that be palatable at the table? Okay, go ahead. Councillor Donaldson, would you like to do that?
Yeah, I would suggest that we move receipt on this this correspondence.
Okay, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Any comments? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, great. Moving right along to other correspondence. This is correspondence in 10C from Kevin Murdoch, the Mayor of Oak Bay. This is a request for advocacy letter for continued local government climate action program, LGCAP funding. And this is the correspondence. Certainly a great idea. Does anybody want to comment on this or make a motion? Let's put the motion on the table. Councillor Shukin.
I believe that we had talked about writing our own letter, and happy to assist you with that, Mayor Little. And yeah, I very much agree with the principles. And I think it was a letter that we got from Saanich previously.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But that, I think that motion is already in place, so I can make a motion to receive. Yeah.
Sure. And yes, we did have that motion previously. I'm just looking to staff to comment on that. And the letter is in draft form, our own letter, right? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Written hundreds of letters, and I appreciate your support and help, Councillor Shukin. Okay. So move receipt from Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have 10C, correspondence from Stacey Charles, Shiano First Nation Canoe Family, Partnership Support for Tribal Journey 2026 event. We did support them a couple of years ago. They went to the CRD last year. They're not asking the CRD. They've come back to us for a request. Anybody at the table want to move this forward? Councillor Shukin, go ahead, and then we'll talk. Go ahead,
Yeah,
put it on
sure.
the table.
I wonder if we might find a way of contributing $1,000 to the to this event. That is what we provided a few years ago. If there is a grant, which Councillor Donaldson had mentioned, I don't know what is available in the grant, but
Yeah, that's what was indicated by the CFO. We can ask him to comment. So let's put the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Shukin to support the tribal journey by $1,000, seconded by Council Donaldson. Do you want to further motivate? No. Councillor Donaldson?
I would like to include comments from our colleague, Councillor Gray, is he had some correspondence he was sharing with us earlier about grants or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. Let's move to the CFO, and then we'll move
okay.
to Councillor Gray. CFO Creek, regarding the grant that might be, this might fall under that category.
Through the chair. So the district received funding in 2024 and 2025 for Indigenous engagement and reconciliation. It seems like it would likely fall under that scope. It would certainly help with the grant reporting if one or more council members wanted to also attend this. But we'd certainly have more than enough in there to give them $1,000.
Okay. Councillor Gray?
Yes, I'll be attending the event. My suggestion was that we had received some money under a grant as this affiliation. I wonder if we could just be reminded on the total amount of that grant. We haven't spent any of it, as far as I'm aware.
That recent grant,
So,
I don't believe we spent any. I'm just going to return to our CFO Creek. Can you comment on that?
Through the chair, correct. We haven't spent any of it, and right now we've got $96,000. Now the fire chief is going to be using some of that funds in order to build out the EOC program, and that requires the cooperation of Beecher Bay, Shianu, and so that will take up tens of thousands as they build out that report and hire the consultants, etc. So I wouldn't give it all for this particular program, but there's certainly enough funding in there.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, we can, within the grant framework, we can definitely afford to give $1,000 for this tribal journey as well. Okay, I will be attending as well. I did attend the Shadow First Nations tribal journey last year and potlatch. Very, very interesting event, and hope to be invited to the potlatch again this year. But the tribal journey was definitely an really interesting event to witness. I'll be attending as well, and I'll encourage others to. Okay.
Mayor Little?
Yes.
Mayor Little?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm intending to volunteer at the event, and I would certainly support the donation of $1,000. And then I would hope that we would then look to other things that we might support with Shannon Nation with the much remaining fund, as we heard from the CFO and our fire chief activity. So I look forward to expending those dollars in support of our dear neighbors.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
I wonder if we could ask Mr. Creek if there is a timeline, or sorry, time limit in terms of spending this particular grant.
Through the chair. So we've already gotten an extension, as the 2024 funds were supposed to be spent by the start of 2026. That didn't happen. The previous fire chief was working with them to try and arrange something. But we should have it spent by 2027. But if that doesn't occur, we're sure they'll give us another extension anyway for another year on top of that to 2028. But.
Okay.
Just clearly, this is probably something the next council should give some consideration to. It's
in terms of putting it in the budget, you mean?
In terms of how we work with Chanu to spend the money effectively, and yeah. So,
and as I understand, perhaps staff can comment. The EOC emergency management, they are working on an emergency management plan in collaboration with Shanu, First Nation, and they're developing those, and quite a bit of the funds will be directed towards that. Is that not correct? Yeah. Okay. That's great. So we do, even though we can't see it, there are those channels of collaboration and supporting each other.
Great. Just, two ideas I might throw out if there are funds. shoreline protection might be something to look at, shoreline assessments, but also invasive removals as well, whether there's a way of funding that, both at Chianu and here as well. So,
yeah. Okay. Good conversation. I'm going to call the question on that. That is 10D, Stacey Charles, Shannon First Nation Canoe Family Partnership Support for the Tribal Journey 2026. I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? None opposed. Okay, let's move along to, how far along are we here? You know what? I'm just going to take a 90-second break. Yeah, everybody stretch their legs and come back in less than Let's resume our meeting here. Any of the conversations, perhaps you can move out to the parking lot for further discussions, and we'll resume our council meeting. Thank you. Okay, moving along to item number 11, bylaws. This is the park dedication, Bufferland Bylaw 2026, number 721. This is bylaw number 721 at third reading. Councillor Shukin, do you want to start off? Or Councillor Donaldson?
Yes, I'd like to move that council adopt park dedication buffer land bylaw to 2026, number 721.
This is moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shukin. For those in the room, it's displayed up on the screen here. Councillor Donaldson, do you wish to motivate further?
I just want to thank all of the people that have been involved in this process, starting with the Bufferland Working Group. Actually, may have been started before that, but they formalized the recommendations for staff. Staff have done a great deal of work on it as well. I think we've had 2 different planners working through this process, and now we have an energetic group of friends of the Bufferland doing invasive work and looking at the future of managing or protecting in their way of their neighborhood the Bufferland. And here we are this evening for the third reading of the Bufferland having a new zone. And I would defer the next bit of history perhaps to my colleague, Councillor Shukin, as to how it came to be to have this place called the Bufferland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. That would be helpful because people in the room and others haven't been paying attention probably for the full length of this. This has been a long drawn out process over the last 4 years, so I'd appreciate a brief synopsis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just let me begin by saying, wow, and thanks. This has been, 4 years in the making, and I remember having a conversation even before the term began, talking about the responsibility that the community has to the residents living in the Neil Road area because of the vote that was taken in 2017 that involved the land swap. Because it does have the potential of bringing in these Section 25, 28, and 95 into Metchosin in terms of ownership, but it also did lead to the impacts that those neighbors are feeling in terms of the development of Centre Mountain. This is a big step toward that, but there's a lot of work ahead of us as well. And as Councillor Donaldson was saying, we have a great group of energetic volunteers who are going to help the council of the day think through some of the issues and put forward ideas, and also do some of the legwork on this as well. So again, we've been through, the very first thing that triggered this way back in early 2023 was news of the stormwater, or the covenant that would allow a stormwater detention pond on the Bufferland. And it was, I think, from that we decided to get mobilized and do a working group on the Bufferland, which began, I think it was in early 2024. We did our report on time in October of 2024, and again went through some, swirl and the usual bureaucracy of getting this moving along. Mr. Pyatt was very helpful at moving again this to a good conclusion by bringing in a contract planner when our current planner was busy with the housing amendments that were done and as needed to be done by the province. So here we are, and if it goes without saying, I'm going to vote in favor. So thanks, everyone.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns?
Yeah, Councillor Gray here. I just want to enthusiastically support the motion. Thanks to everyone who's worked so hard on this.
Yeah, and my excuse me, my congratulations to both Councillor Shukin and Councillor Donaldson who took this up. It wasn't in your portfolio originally. It was in the environment portfolio, but you took it on as your own. There was great, great public engagement, great outreach to the community, and this is a wonderful outcome for the bufferland. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? No one opposed. That's unanimous. Congratulations, Council. Next, we have the General Tax Exemption Bylaw 2026, number 723. This is a report followed by a number of different schedules, A to J. There are recommendations here. I think what we'll do is we'll go to the report first. Hear that. I've got some general comments after that. And we've got a number of different options tonight, including deferral to a September 21st meeting if needed, if council needs more information to make that evidence-based decision that we've been talking about for the last 4 years. So with that, I'll turn to our CFO, Jeffrey Creek. Go ahead, Mr. Creek.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So through the chair, this is, as you mentioned, the 2027 permissive tax exemptions. Council may grant permissive tax exemptions to qualifying properties under Section 224 and 225 of the Community Charter. Permissive tax exemptions are discretionary and must be established by bylaw before the statutory deadline. This related bylaw must be adopted by October 31st or November 2nd, because October 31st is on a weekend this year. But November 2nd is the first day of the new council, and they can't pass a bylaw that they didn't do the first, second, third reading on. So it's on you guys. Purposes of the report: lay out the applications that have been received, estimate financial impact, and then whether or not council wants to approve a full, partial, or no permissive tax exemption for 2027. So the district received 8 different organizations' applications. They covered 14 different properties, valued at close to $34 million. They provide space for rent, recreation, preserved habitat, religious services, and animal welfare, wildlife care. All the applications were reviewed against the policy F100.60. All applicants were found eligible for permissive tax exemption based on those criteria. And so while the district, while they met the district policy for approval, council has discretion based on policy and the community charter on whether to approve any or all groups and how much of an exemption is provided. So I did an estimate based on their 2026 assessed value and then a 5% tax increase in 2027, and the total value of exemptions would be $324,000. There was a few criteria that maybe kind of pause and think on whether or not they did qualify. Under the policy, if a portion of the land or improvements is used by a private sector entity and or organization not meeting council's exemption criteria. And so with this, the Anglican Church currently rents out their building to a number of groups such as Drivewise, Exercise Classes, Elections BC, and Elections Canada. And those are groups that would not meet council's exemption criteria, but because they rent out that space, they receive a benefit of below market rent due to the exemption provided by the district. And then further criteria maintains that an organization does not compete with private enterprise. This is a little harder to do in Metchosin, as it's not a big business area, but there are some private event spaces to rent in Metchosin, which could be negatively impacted by Metchosin providing funding for some operations of these organizations and not others, if they're not owned by a society or nonprofit organization. So a small caveat, but historically the district's always provided an exemption, or in this case, for 2026, a grant. So in 2027, we can see that on page 3 here, the municipal tax value of the total exemptions would be $167,000. The other taxing authorities would be $157,000 for a total of $324,000. The impact on municipal taxes is about $80 for the average residential property, or about 4% of their total tax bill from Metchosin. And then below, I get into the rising cost of this. So, as the district of Metchosin has a very small and almost non-growing tax base, the cost of the grants and permissive tax exemptions that have been given for over the last 3 years is growing from $344,000 up to $457,000 next year. if these permissive tax exemptions are granted, and the subsidies and grants to other organizations remain the same as estimated for 2026. There's a breakdown of where this comes from. So there's grant aid for $5,000. We gave grant aid taxes / permissive taxes for $240,000 this year. We give grants to organizations of $42,000, and then with subsidized rent to MACA, Community House, that type of thing for $86,500. When we compare that to the rest of the CRD, Metchosin as at the top of the list. So our total grants and tax exemptions would come to 8.3% of total tax revenue collected. The average in the CRD is 2.98%. The median is 2.25%. If we focus solely on permissive tax exemptions, the average in the CRD is 1.79%, compared with a median of 1.7, whereas Metchosin has gives 4.68%. So Metchosin's not the only one where everybody comes to ask for money. There happens in every municipality. So a number of municipalities in the CRD have already decided to put a cap on their permissive tax exemptions. And so this is something council can consider this year, talk about for next year, and possibly implement in the future. But if we look at the table, Souk, so they put a limit of 1.7%, Central Saanich is put 1.5%, Victoria is 1.6%, and Esquimalt 0.5%, whereas Oak Bay doesn't provide any tax exemptions unless it's a nonprofit or charity organization that is renting municipal land. And then there's a few more on the island and mainland itself, but it is, if Metchosin were to limit their exemptions to the same as Souk at 1.7%, like the highest on the island here, or in the CRD, total value would be knocked down to $90,900, or 55% of the total estimated tax exemptions for 2027, which would save residential property owners about $38 on the taxes, along with savings from the other taxing authorities like West Shore Parks and Rec, BC Transit, Victoria Library, etc. So the process and timeline here. So we've received all the applications, we reviewed it, coming to here for council's direction on what they want to do. We do have to put out a public notice under section 227. We have to advertise in the paper for 2 consecutive weeks. And so there's a possibility that this can all be wrapped up on September 21st. But ideally, no later than October 5th to avoid calling a special meeting before the election on October 17th. So staff is coming and asking for a few options here, whether to provide full exemptions to all properties that applied, full exemptions to some groups, and partial exemptions to others that generate income from ineligible groups, set a funding limit on the permissive tax exemptions, i.e. 2% of total tax revenue, or don't provide any exemptions. And now there is, put the caveat on, there could be some people with conflict of interest that was mentioned last year. Let's say discuss the policy and report as a whole before diving into any individual groups itself. And then if needed, we can come back on September 21st with multiple bylaws that break out the groups that would have a conflict of interest or not. If we don't have a quorum when people declare a conflict of interest, we can kind of go from there. Discussion.
Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll, excuse me, entertain questions and concerns, and then we'll move to other aspects. So questions and concerns. Who wants to discuss it?
So I want to thank Mr. Creek again for continuing to expand our knowledge of permissive tax exemptions and the fiscal impact they have on our taxpayers. Again, I don't believe that this was fully known except when this was brought up last year. And even me, once I had it, I had to probably have it explained about 4 times. The point was made last year that if we were to make any sort of change to PTEs, we really should give the groups a significant notice on that. And that is a point I will confess that I lost, and I think is actually a wise one. So my own, as I look at things right now, and without the benefit of my comments from my colleagues, I would be in favor of continuing the PTEs as they once were, so maintain the status quo, but also suggest that there is a deeper discussion that is held on permissive tax exemptions and the other funding that we provide to community groups and initiatives, and have that deeper discussion. In terms of the PTEs, I mean, the discussion might go in terms of what level, we set. But the point was made, I think, by Mr. Bennington too, about the year after year of having to come to council and apply. And that does leave these groups with a bit of uncertainty. So that might also be a topic of conversation once we get into the deeper issue. So again, I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. My suggested approach would be to maintain the status quo with PTEs, but also discuss PTEs and the other funding that we provide to community groups sometime in the new year. And this would be under the new council as well.
So there's some comments that our staff can make regarding our statutory obligations and what we are confined to do with permissive tax exemptions. I'm going to turn to our CFO, Creek. Could you comment on some of those and some of the other concerns of Councillor Schubin?
Certainly, thank you. Through the chair. So I guess going back to the original idea there of having to apply every year to get this exemption. So before we put in the policy in 2025, right? The policy in Metchosin was a page and a half, and there was no application, right? People just wrote in a letter, said, please give us an exemption where we do X, and then they got it. It was always on an annual basis. It was never, you've got this forever, right? A municipality can't give a tax exemption forever to anybody. There's a limit of 10 years, right? So I haven't seen anybody that does give an exemption for 10 years. Most of it, some people have done it where we'll give it for 4 years, right? Line up with the council term, don't lock in the next people. And that's certainly something we can do come 2027. New council shows up, it's like, hey, it's like church always gets it, the hall always gets it, YMCA always gets it. Put it in, lock it in for 4 years, this is what you're gonna get. Then they know. Now we'll provide the certainty. I don't really know where the idea that we never, like there was no application process before, right? So people just assume that they would always get it. Some kind of handshake agreement that was made that, hey, don't worry about it, we'll never challenge you on it. And so I would say when I first started here, right, everybody just complained about their taxes being too high, even though, be the bad guy that pointed out it's like second lowest in the CRD. And so when we find out that all these organizations that are applying, the majority of them had net incomes, like after all the expenses of $500,000. Some groups have give a grant to a group that has $3,000 in cash in their bank account, but to give a grant to somebody who has $300 million in their bank account kind of blew my mind. But do whatever you want with the money. I don't get to make a decision. So it was kind of pointing out, look, all of these organizations, nonprofit, they're still making millions of dollars. And so they can pay, you would think they would be able to pay $5,000, $6,000 to contribute to the roads, the fire services that they all rely on in the district. But again, didn't go over, went over like a lead balloon. But again, this is where we can come out and say, 2027, pass for 4 years. Like, look, we really need to take a look at this because over those 4 years, the costs for this district are just going to keep escalating. And if we have no tax-based growth, again, it just gets dumped onto the 93.8% that are residential property owners. And so it just gets more and more burdensome on them. And I get it, all these groups provide something, but you gotta find some middle ground on support, but also help for the people that do struggle to live here, that have been living here for 30, 40, 50 years.
Did you want to carry on with your conversation and your questions, and then we'll move to other people?
Yeah, I sorry, just really briefly, the comment that was made earlier about how important these groups are in terms of providing basically the social fabric of the community. And they are. These are wonderful groups. All of them do great work. But we also have to take into account MACA, Museum Society, the Community Association, the Equestrian. So all of these groups, there's a cricket group that plays out in the field there. To me, they're all part of a spectrum of use in terms of social benefit and recreation and support, even in terms of land conservation as well. So when we look at something like the school, that we know we've just seen the full potential of the school beginning to flower. Remember, the first year that we've had full ability of the school to rent the gym and the 3 classrooms was only 2025. So again, there's a facility there. There's interest in that from, again, community groups, but we're also seeing the pressure and the stresses that this is putting on staff and also the costs as well. So to me, that is part of the full spectrum of, again, support that we provide to community organizations and initiatives. And I think you've identified that, Mr. Creek. I think you've said that, the additional figure is equivalent to 8.32 of all the taxes we collect, like all of it together. So we're at 8.32. The average in the CRD was 2.25. So we are, I think that's what you said, yeah.
Through chair, yeah. And that includes like the PILT, right? With the federal government handing over, almost like $1.5 million. So like, if we weren't collecting the PILT, right? That disappeared. Well, that number would, increase by like 35%. So you're talking like over 10%.
Okay.
Just residential tax revenue go after this, which would be astronomical for a district this size.
Totally. I'll just hear you. Just one final comment. We are going to see costs increase. We're going to see continuing interest and expectation on the school. Something like the buffer land is also an important recreational and community benefit. So again, grant and aid process. Are we putting enough into that? And again, Ms. Fritsch had said the number of requests that we keep getting. And again, it's almost every council meeting. So to me, I very much support these groups. I very much support providing the PT. I think there is a deeper conversation that does have to happen, though. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Olson.
Oh, thank you. Where to start? The application process, and I understand, and thank you for the some background on that, Mr. Creek. To reapply every year is quite an onerous task because that is a very long application. So this is something we would need to discuss if it's, every 2 years, 5 years, whatever. But the one thing I would like to see from all of the people that receive tax exemption is a report, an annual report of what they've done, what's new, what's exciting, the ability for council to go and visit or maybe have a tour. Like, I've never been on the Thunderbird property. They gave a great presentation recently. I know where they are. And I'm familiar with many of these organizations. So I think that is something that we need to also have a better understanding. One of the questions is this open to the public? Some things are and some things aren't. Most of them are. Others aren't, maybe because it's a conservation zone. I don't really know, or maybe it's the lay of the land. That I'm not sure either. Security is not the word, but various risks might be some of those things. However, the social fabric, we got a great outpouring from our what do we call these property owners of what it is that they actually do for our community. It would cost us a lot of money to have a lot of these services, so they are an asset. As far as the school building is also an asset. It's also was it ever intended to be partially commercial and partially what's the word? No. Sorry, it's late.
So,
I'm just
recreation?
thinking about the dollars and cents. So we've got people paying a lot more money in part of the building, say the full amount per square footage, right? And another part subsidized. That's what we're looking for, subsidized, and yet making a profit. So we need to work more on that still. So the school is evolving. I mean, compared to where it was 2 years ago, quite a bit of it was empty. So there's a lot of things that will need to be discussed. A lot of things will need to be evolved. I'm just very appreciative that the longevity of services that the permissive tax exemption property owners have given us as far as services has been amazing, because none of them get paid. It's all volunteer. It is what Metchosin is based on as far as rural. Honestly, can't compare it to Souk. Souk is quite a business hub. They're much bigger, and yeah, everything's quite a lot different. But we do have to have more conversations about some things, especially with some of the data that you've presented here tonight. But I do, and I've written about this in a news article, and I've spoken to many of these individuals and these groups. Appreciate all the services and the work that they do, because they don't get paid, but they provide great service to our small community. I don't have any other questions, just suggestions for future conversations.
Okay, Councillor Gray.
Can I make a motion that we extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m.?
Yeah, go ahead. Motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m. Moved by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, Councillor Gray. Did you have any questions or comments for CFO Creek?
Yeah, just the notion, sort of following on the comments of Councillor Shukin and Donaldson, that I think changes to the permissive tax exemption approach need a process with our community, rather than us meeting and making a determination one evening. I'm referring to changing from the way things have been for a very long time. We've already had a robust debate this year in terms of the community involvement, and the response was quite strong. I think the issue still sits with us, though, about the total value of these contributions. We heard from someone this evening, and we've heard previously about the value that the community gets from local government support. And I commend you the Victoria Foundation report, which was shared with all of us, indicating the tremendous value we get when we support community groups. I think of another example, though somewhat different one. It would be very difficult for the citizens of Metchosin to pull together the kind of money that's been spent by the BC Parks Foundation to save some very large acreages. They're protected permanently now. We couldn't come up with that money, but we can come up with a tax exemption for those groups. Back to my first point, I think of the Thunderbird camp, who are the largest beneficiary of tax exemptions. I think it's something like 4,000 young children go through, or young and maybe not so young children, going through that camp every year. So it's a tremendous benefit to young people in our community and beyond. It's also very difficult for the YMCA. They may have other resources, but that camp, I think we heard back, if we don't have tax exemptions, they have to look to other ways of raising money. And that, I'm afraid, may come in the form of logging. And yet that property is part of our tax exemption, from my point of view, is part of our contribution to the C green and blue belt. So I see the value there. I'm in favor of continuing as we have, that we give the first, second, and third reading this evening.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Mr. Creek for not only this report that provided valuable information for council, but also the past the past reports that you've provided. I have a number of comments, but I thought I wanted to ask questions to Mr. Creek regarding our current financial picture as well as our picture after 2030. And I think that should frame our discussion. And at our budget meetings this year, there was quite impassioned speeches regarding being that other members of government, provincial, federal, are moving into austerity measures, that we also have to be really careful with our dollars. And we had conversations about what I considered pretty small tuppence, but was voted down by this council because we were worried about our fiscal constraint. Here, we're giving very generously, and it's not our money. We're giving generously on behalf of the citizens of Metchosin. Although we did hear from a lot of groups that they were dissatisfied with the way the permissive tax exemptions conversation unfolded, I did have some comments from some citizens saying, my taxes are too much for me. I may have to move. I think that some of these groups that have millions of dollars in their coffers and they're asked to pay $7,000 a year or $4,900 in terms of the BC Parks Foundation, they do provide benefit, and I'm not questioning the benefit that all these groups give. They give valuable benefit, and we value our volunteers, but we also need to look at our finances and our financial picture. And while Mr. Creek is thinking about his comments regarding my questions, I want to just remind everybody that this wasn't a sudden decision in the last year. Questions and concerns regarding the permissive tax exemptions for nonprofit societies at the District Metchosin was first raised by council members at this table at the September 11th, 2023 meeting. So that was, we were not even in office 1 year, and questions were raised. That was raised by Councillor Gray at that September 11th meeting, and that was in regards to the Victoria Motorcycle Club and his concerns regarding this club receiving a permissive tax exemption. And that's what got the ball rolling. So it's incorrect to say we've been discussing this for a year. We've been discussing the permissive tax exemptions since September 11th, 2023. 2 years later, the discussions of the permissive tax exemptions has continued. Discussions, or 3 years, discussions for the 2026 tax year began on June 2025 with a report from our CFO. This was again discussed at another open meeting on July 14th, and there were no concerns raised by the council that was at the table. Okay, so this was 2025. There was 5 members at the table. On September 15th, the discussion was brought back to council. Before the item was fully introduced, 2 councillors declared conflicts of interest and recused themselves from the entire discussion. Thus, there were open discussions about permissive tax exemptions for the next year at the District of Metchosin as it relates to what was then the 7 nonprofits. So that's to give you factual information about how this has unfolded since September 11th, 2023. And then the conflict of interest has complicated this. I think we should be clear and admit that. The conflict of interest declarations did complicate the permissive tax exemptions. Regarding my comments regarding this permissive tax exemptions, the overarching for me is our fiscal responsibility. It's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. And I'd like, before I conclude my comments, I'd like to turn to our CFO to give him an opportunity to give us a brief synopsis of our financial picture now and the comments that you have made regarding concerns about 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Mayor Little, is Councillor Gray. Just before that, we should be dealing with facts, as you say, and
Yeah.
I think
Could you just wait, Councillor Gray?
No, I think
the CFO is going to
something
speak, and then you can speak afterwards. Go ahead, CFO
No,
Creek.
I'd like to catch up
Councillor
now.
Gray, you're out of line and you're out of
Well,
order. If you can just wait for the CFO to
maybe
give his synopsis. If you can
Just a
wait
point of order.
until this.
It's a point of order. You said something that wasn't accurate about myself, and I think that needs to be cleared up. And the fact of the matter is that I raised the issue of the Victoria Motorcycle Club, the Thunderbird Camp, and all of the tree canopy properties. And council then passed a policy to say that we would consider tree canopy or approach the groups to ask if they're interested in that being part of their arrangements with us. But it wasn't, did not speak against the motorcycle club receiving its thing, but rather whether they would have an interest in doing more than, commit to more than just the services they provide. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You can go back to the tape of September 11, 2023 to find out what the real comments were. My recollection was that Councillor Gray,
maybe Councillor Creek.
Councillor Gray, my recollection is that you spoke against the Victoria Motorcycle Club. You had grave concerns about whether they should be receiving the permissive tax exemptions. We can all go back to that council meeting of September 11th and look at those comments. CFO Creek, could you give your comments, please?
Through the chair, thank you. All right, so for the district Metchosin right now, for the next 5 years, right, we've got a budgeted increase for RCMP. It's going to be about $500,000. We're going to end up using up our police reserve by the end of 2029, I believe it was, maybe 2028. So full brunt of that tax increase will be coming in. We're also going to be using up our revenue stabilization reserve with the estimated loss of our Mary Hill land in 2028. Those funds are going to be extinguished by 2030. And then after that, it's more of a what's the province going to download onto municipalities again. And so once we've used up these reserves, the tax increases are going to be fairly significant, especially over the next 6 years. It was going to be close to double-digit increases every year. And so it's something that the district really needs to consider on what are we going to do is, right, cutting expenses, increasing revenues to pay for what's coming down the line. And then when you add on the infrastructure deficit that the district's facing with roads, equipment, buildings, etc., anything that happens with the fire hall, right, it's like our building replacement reserve is going to be gone with that. Probably a good chunk of our general capital reserve, unappropriated surplus. It's all going to be whittled down quite rapidly. And then along with the West Shore Parks and Rec, if we stay a member of that, we end up doing whatever their master capital plan is predicting over the next 5 to 10 years. The reserve that we have for that is also going to be gone and probably ask for more. That requisition is going to be increasing significantly as well because of the operating costs of brand new buildings. So a number of impacts are going to be played out in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's the main concern that I would have long term, right? This 5-year period that we have right now, between now and 2030, we've got enough for capital projects that are currently planned, and we'll be able to cover these taxes again with fairly high tax increases as a percentage-wise, dollar-wise, comparable to the other municipalities in the CRD. But as the mayor mentioned, people are feeling the pressure, right? Like when I first got here, that's all I heard was taxes were too high. When I looked at it, comparably, they're really not. So it's really based on the people that are land rich and cash poor, right? Where they bought in a long time ago, have houses that are now worth $1 million plus, right? Average value is 1.2, but they're on a fixed income with a small pension that isn't increasing at the cost of living increases. So it's something to really consider on how the district is going to be funding their operations going forward. As Councillor Donaldson mentioned, these groups provide services that would cost us a significant amount. We see it in the school, right? The district right now is subsidizing 5 different event spaces in this district, right? The community house, community hall, MACA, the school, and the church, right? All 5 of those buildings rent out to different groups, right? None of them are full 100% of the time, so they're all being subsidized for partial use. And we see on the school, right, we're losing 6 figures a year, and that's because we're actually having to pay people, right? These other organizations all rely on volunteers, and that's where that great return that organizations get when you give them $1, they can turn it into, $1.70. That's based on them not paying anybody, right? Unfortunately, the district has to pay their staff to maintain operations. The school is being run on the side of a couple of people's desks right now, and so we're not maximizing the use of that space, but it is very costly, and so the district does get quite a bit out of those groups, but it has, I think that good review of what's actually being done, because everything's just been piled on, but no one's taken the broad look at everything that's being done in the district and whether or not we still need to be subsidizing these places. Because, again, school was bought back in 2017, wasn't really a business plan in place in order to actually make the money. It just said, hey, we're going to break even, don't worry about it. That has not taken place. It's taken a lot of work just to get to the point where now we're only losing $150,000 a year. But with the number of spaces being rented out and the size of this district, it's something to certainly consider, as costs are just going to keep escalating, right? Our insurance goes up every year, utilities go up every year, wages go up every year, supplies, doesn't matter, right? And so, and with the limited growth in the tax base here, right? It's been less than 1% for a quarter century, right? And compared to everywhere else, where it's close to 10%, right? Langford's doing 13% a year, right? They can cover off things, no problem. Councillor Donaldson was asking about, how much are we as a percentage, right? 1% is $30,000 for us. 1% for Victoria is $1 million, right? So when they wrote their letter saying we're giving $100,000 to this group, it's 0.1% of a tax increase for them, right? It's a drop in the bucket, right? For us, that's 3.5% increase to meet that. Very, very different fiscal reality that faces here, and it's something that Metchosin was lucky enough to be able to get away with in the 80s and 90s, early 2000s, when inflation wasn't that bad. You were getting a good return on the savings that you did have. But as I showed, I think it was last year when we were talking about capital and infrastructure, right? Totally switched. Inflation is way higher than what we're earning now in the bank. And so we can't just sock away $100,000 and beat inflation on any capital project. It's gone, unfortunately. And now what we're dealing with emergency replacement and that type of thing, we'll never get there with what we're earning right now in a bank or from our tax base growth. Sorry, hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to reiterate to council, it's nothing that we've done to bring this on. The forecast for 2030 has been, that's just what has happened. And it's nothing that council has done. We've had a very good finance chair who has shepherded us through the finance meetings every year. We've been very, very conservative in how we have spent money. It's exactly what Mr. Creek is saying. Every cost is increasing. The only thing it seems like it's not increasing is the revenue coming into the district. We will be at a crisis phase in 2030. And I started talking about this, as you will remember, in early 2023, when I wanted to set up an economic sustainability committee. But that wasn't palatable by one member of the council, and we've never discussed that. We should have had this conversation regarding sustainability at the beginning, because we were told by the province in particular that they will be giving out grants, but they will not be in the future. And I could see it based on what I was hearing from the other mayors, what we're moving towards. And I knew our financial position as I was a counselor from before. Regarding the permissive tax exemptions that we're discussing tonight, no doubt all of these groups provide tremendous value and we appreciate them. But we did receive a lot of comments from people saying these groups provide value. But we received also other comments saying, I'm worried about my taxes. I have a very limited income. I'm worried if we go into the double digit, whether I'm going to be able to stay in my home. So the money that we're talking about is not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. And whether it is equitable and fair for us to ask taxpayers to contribute to a municipal tax exemption for some of the groups that have millions of dollars. For instance, the BC Parks Foundation, they do have, when we had those figures, I was very shocked how much they really do have in their assets. Not to say that they haven't done good work in retaining property and providing conservation and environmental values, absolutely. But the question that I ask myself always with these type of questions is this good for the community? Is this good for the community at large, permissive tax exemptions? And I'm hearing concerns from our chief financial officer that the long-term picture for Metchosin does not look great. And so I think we need to be very, very careful with how we give out money. If we don't pass the bylaw as it sits now, nobody gets anything. And that will provide a hardship for probably not BC Parks and maybe not some of these other groups, probably not the Victoria Motorcycle Club, I'm just surmising, but for sure it will have impact on the Anglican Church, the St. Mary's Church. And I can speak to this, it's not my church, I don't attend their services, but they provide valuable benefit to the community at large. And so I'm a big supporter of them. If we do not give them the tax exemption, they are going to be in a real crunch. We have elderly gentlemen that are providing services at the old St. Mary's Church, and they've asked for new volunteers, new backs, new young men, young women that can help them with the graveyard upkeep. And they do that for free on behalf of the community. And you can see at the Spring Lilies, we get people from the mainland visiting that little church. They've asked for other younger men, younger women to help them, and they've received no support. They continue on, and quite frankly, a lot of them are dying off. What are we going to do there? We can't afford to pay for a gardener for that. They provide that service. So I worry if we don't give the permissive tax exemption, particularly for the church, that we will, what I think it was spoken at the last meeting or the meeting before, that they will be at a crisis. And it's not my church, but I still don't want them to be at a crisis. We want to support them as much as possible. I spoke in favor of the decisions that we've made previously, and I still stand by the decisions that we made, the three of us. There was Councillor Sherry Epp, Councillor Shukin, and myself left at the table. I still think we made a good decision. Where we erred, and this is my responsibility mostly, where we erred was in not communicating this, because we've been talking about it so long, from 2023 to that time when we had the September 15th, 2025 meeting. That's 2 years later. It was irrelevant in our minds, but for the community, some of them had attended meetings, some of them had not attended meetings. They weren't following it, and it looked like it was a sudden decision. It wasn't a sudden decision. It was a decision that was made over 2 years, And it was a decision where we did have meetings in June of 2025, July 14th and September 15th, when all members of the council were at that meeting. And then there was declarations of conflicts of interest, which left 3 of us at the table holding the bag. And so that is just a fact. We weren't clear in our communications to the community, and that we erred on that absolutely, and we'll do better in the future. But let's face it, there was a lot of fear mongering going on around when the council chambers was filled, and some of the comments were alternate facts. They were not actual facts. As Mr. Creek has mentioned, we are in a tight fiscal situation, especially after 2030. We've gone from $250,000 to $400,000, or almost $4,000, allowing for the PTEs. Some municipalities, as is outlined in this report, have caps. They've had caps on their what they give in allowance for these permissive tax exemptions, like Souk, 1.7 of the property taxes, because they've had this kind of a conversation.
Order.
Yes. What was your point?
We don't have. There's no motion on the table.
Yeah, there's no motion on the table. I said we were going to have a discussion before we had a motion on the table. What was your point? Your point of order. What is your point?
We should have a motion on the table to continue discussing the issue, I believe.
Yeah, let's continue having this discussion, and then we will move to something else. So I'll conclude by saying that some municipalities have a different formula. They do have this different formula, and often, if you notice, they decide on it at the beginning of the term once for the 4 years. And then it's not every year that these organizations have to get back. And it avoids the situation that we're in now, which is this is the silly season. And like it or not, people also have other motives at this time regarding campaigning, whether they're going to be elected or not. It's actually brilliant to bring it in at the beginning of council at the term, and then for the 4 years. And I would suggest we do that if we're so lucky to be at this table again. Let's see, what else did I have to say regarding that? Yeah, and also we let's face it, we're in a difficult situation now with a council of 4, because if we have a 2-2 split, the motion will fail. Okay, and that's just a fact with Councillor Epp stepping away because of family concerns. Yeah, and also the conflict of interest that were declared, then not declared, and then declared again. It was confusing to the public, and we've had 2 members of the public speaking out about the conflict of interest that were declared. And I think we need clarification on that. And if you declare a conflict of interest, as Councillor Donaldson does every time, she declares a conflict of interest and she states a reason. That is your responsibility. That is our right. And we need to have that conversation as well. So I will conclude my remarks that what I'm asking, what is good for the community at this point? And what is possible for us is that if you need more information, we could defer this to the September 21st meeting for a council decision. It is getting late. We're all tired. It's 10:30. We've been here since 6. We could defer this. And with that, I don't know, could I get some guidance from staff regarding that? Did you want to speak? No. Can I get some guidance from staff regarding the potential to defer this? I'm not trying to defer the decision. I'm trying to get more information for council to make that decision. And one of the things we may want to do is, because we've had conflict of interest declarations before, which would put us in a very awkward position with maybe 3 council members or even 2 left at the table, which would, we couldn't make a decision. We need to have that conversation. Mr. Creek, could you comment on that, or Mr. Payette?
Through the chair, you could table the decision for more information.
Yeah. Would that be beneficial to you, council members? Councillor Shukin?
No, it wouldn't be for me. I'm willing to hear more, I suppose, but nothing that I've heard will change my view that the best thing to do at this particular juncture is to move ahead with the PTs in terms of the status quo, previous status quo, but open up this discussion next year in light of the full, all of the pressures that you outlined. And also include the groups as well. So it's a deeper discussion that includes the groups, but at this juncture, I'm willing to move ahead with moving to first, second, third reading on the PTs as presented.
Okay, let's hear from your council colleagues. Councillor Donaldson, do you want some more time to think, or are you okay?
No, but I do have a question through the chair to the CAO.
Yeah.
So if we were to do as what my council colleague, Mr. Shukin here, is suggesting, perhaps it's motion 1, I'm not sure. In this list, there is one organization that I would have a conflict of interest. If we were to motion that we accept all groups in the PTE, is that without debating which ones get and don't, very similar to what we do in a budget where there also might be a conflict of interest on a topic or an investment of an asset or such. So my question to you is, if we do this, if we pass all 8, is it the policy we're passing, or shall I recuse myself? I'm a bit confused on that.
CEO Payette.
Yeah,
question?
Yes, great question and an upfront question. So thanks to the councillor for that, and we would recognize that the decision would be based on the overall general policy, and that you have not discussed specifics on your personal conflict. So that's how we would see that.
Okay, thank you. So it'll depend on which motion is being made.
So the possibility of deferring or tabling this, the CFO could restructure potentially the wording here in terms of the motion and break apart the bylaw. Is that a possibility, CFO Creek?
Through the chair, correct. I would be able to create 2 different bylaws, 3 different bylaws, whatever's kind of needed. Just won't be able to do it tonight.
Right. And so my comments regarding tabling this is to give respect to our colleagues that have declared a conflict of interest. That is their right, and it is their responsibility to adhere to the rules of the confidential conflict of interest guidelines. But it's her right to declare that. I'm trying to give space and oxygen for that to happen. And if we subdivide them, then she can declare a conflict of interest where she has a real conflict of interest, not on the broad arching policy, but specifically, if I'm not speaking out of turn, Councillor Donaldson, we're talking about the Victoria Motorcycle Club. Is that right?
Correct, but right now we don't even have a motion on the table, so
right.
It's hard for me to make this decision.
That's right.
Creating something else that's not written here.
Sure. And that's why I'm suggesting perhaps it would be better for us to table this, give the CFO a chance to restructure this, break apart the bylaw to allow for this. Councillor Shukin.
Should we pass a motion?
Regarding deferral?
Deferral, but also direction to Mr. Creek to segment the bylaw to avoid any conflict of interest.
Yeah, I don't think we need to pass a motion. I think he's got a clear message of what can happen.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Ma-
would we need a motion to defer, or we just table it, a motion to table it?
Mayor Little?
Yes?
Yes,
Yes,
I had
Councillor
just a
Gray, go
single-
ahead.
Yeah, I had a single question, and then I'm ready to tackle the motion tonight. And the question was for the CFO, so through the chair. Then the Victoria Humane Society, last year at about this time, a vote was held that granted them a 2026 permissive tax exemption. And we, because their purpose did not meet any of council's priorities, we asked that they pursue a Section 219 covenant to support, getting a permissive tax exemption, and to give us progress by August of last year. Now we've heard that the Victoria Humane Society, well, they've written us and said they don't want to consider such a thing. Are they still, or which council priority are they meeting? I guess is my question. In your graph, you've got them as eligible, and I'm not sure how.
Through the chair. So that was based on the council's strategic priority regarding environmental and care, and so kind of comes down to the animals that they're taking in ends up preventing like stray dogs and cats from destroying other wildlife. Right? I think we've all read about the number of cats that have killed millions of birds out there, unfortunately, and so it's kind of on that grain that I took it. So probably a more liberal interpretation than what I was giving it last year. Last year I just looked at it and said, no. This year, kind of widened it a bit to say, if they weren't taking them in, people just let their stray dogs and cats and proliferate the way that they do, cause more environmental degradation than would be preferred.
I see. I hadn't. I don't see it in the same light as you do, because we didn't discuss anything like that when we considered our strategic priorities.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question from CFO Creek. My recollection is that the Victoria Humane Society did come originally for the permissive tax exemption for the year previous, but they didn't follow through on that, and we never gave them a permissive tax exemption. Is that correct, in their first year? Or did we?
Through the chair, I believe, if they had applied in 2024, it was because it was too late when they applied for it, when they got ownership and ended up on title. So we couldn't give them one in 2024.
Yeah, so it wasn't that we denied them. They just didn't, they weren't considered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Gray. Okay, so let's go back to the deferment, tabling this. That's what I'm suggesting to council.
Sorry, if we need a motion to table, I will make that motion.
Okay.
To be brought back as soon as possible with the segmented bylaw.
Okay, great. So that's moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by, I'll second that motion. Yeah, okay. And then with that, we can allow other conversations to be had. Perhaps Council Donaldson can reach out to staff regarding the conflict of interest, just to make sure it's crystal clear regarding your rights and responsibilities. Council Donaldson? Okay.
Before quoting or voting, I had a question.
Pardon?
Before voting, I had a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair to the CAO, I wasn't clear when you responded to Councillor Donaldson. Were you saying that it would be fine if she voted on the motion tonight because it has so many pieces to it, and so you would not consider that she had a conflict to vote on, say, option 1?
Yeah. So, it's up to Councillor Donaldson to decide if she has a conflict or not, and to declare it and why. So that's her purview. The conversation and the dialogue has been in general, and the policies written and designed so that all of the service clubs or whatever, they meet the general criteria that are listed. They're all in general terms, and if they meet or don't meet, so it's an overall policy, and so that's my view, and that's how I would consider it. But it's up to each councillor to decide if they're still in conflict or not. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Councillor Gray. It is up to the individual council member to decide whether or not they have a perceived conflict of interest or an actual conflict of interest. And as you'll note, Councillor Gray, you had a perceived or you had a conflict of interest at one time, and then you changed it and said you no longer had a conflict of interest, even though you did have a conflict of interest regarding the Lands Title Office. And so it opens up a huge can of worms with you declaring a conflict of interest, then not declaring the conflict of interest. And where does that leave us? So you have a right to declare a conflict of interest, but you have an obligation to give us the reason, the rationale, as Councillor Donaldson has consistently given. You communicated to us that you had a conversation with a lawyer. That is not telling us what the resolution of that conflict of interest is. You're telling us a communication piece. So you need to comment regarding having a conflict of interest and then not having a conflict of interest, and then I don't know what you're planning on doing at this meeting, whether you're planning to have a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest or no conflict of interest. You haven't declared that, although Councillor Donaldson has raised comments that she may declare a conflict of interest.
Mayor Little, just to play that back, I think you need to be fair with your councillors. What happened was that I followed precisely the rules of how this works. I declared a conflict of interest. I explained why, that I was a trustee in the hall. I left the room. I then, as per our policy and as per the community charter, consulted a lawyer. I described that to you, and I stepped off as a trustee of the hall, which I told you, and I said, now I can vote on the issues. And I think there's not really any confusion there when you follow exactly the policies in place. If you don't understand them, I can certainly show you the areas in the community charter and in our own policy book on these issues and how councillors are to behave. And it's not fair for you to tell me that I have a conflict of issues somehow around the land titles office. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's, as our CEO just advised all of council and the public, it's up to the councillor themselves to determine whether they're in conflict. You don't tell me if I'm in conflict or not.
Absolutely.
And you must cease that.
And I apologize if you think that I'm trying to ask you to declare a conflict of interest. I completely understand Community Charter 224, 227, and Section 94.1, the requirement. I understand the Community Charter completely, but you have a right to declare the conflict of interest, but you also have a responsibility, not only to us, but to the public who's watching. That's the transparency piece. Councillor Shukin.
We should move on. Like, it's almost 22:11, and we'd be really awful to break our longest meeting record on one of our last meetings in the middle of summer.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the table to defer until September 21st. Sorry, I've got allergies. Okay, I'll call the question on on the deferral. All in favor? All opposed? That's deferred. Just a moment. I'm going to have to take a break for 90 seconds. Staff, are we ready to move on? Okay. I apologize for that. I've got terrible allergies regarding the pollen in the air. Okay, item number 12, other business. We've got the progress report from the fire hall technical team. Progress report. CA Opayat.
Yeah, speak. I wasn't really planning on speaking to this, but I can start off. If everybody had a chance to read the progress, we've met a number of times, and we had an opportunity to introduce the CFO and the fire chief to the technical team, and they've been touring the facility, and we still have not signed a service agreement, but we're closing in, I would say, on the service agreement to make sure we're all properly governed and insurance is in place. I'll be bringing that to council once that's done. And we look forward to their good hard work. So, questions?
Okay. Do we have any comments from committee members?
Well, first
I would be happy.
Yep, Councillor Donaldson, then Councillor Shukin, and Councillor Gray. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the this report and the layout, specifically the guiding principles, and the timeline and how quickly everything has taken place. Each member clearly has a task to do, and involving our staff has been obviously paramount in this and will be going forward as well. I was surprised by only really one thing, and that was that we have 6 existing mutual aid MOUs. I wasn't aware of that. I know at this table we signed off one with Colwood about 2 years ago. I haven't seen anything with the Langford one. It's now fully manned at their station, number 2 station. So that's interesting. I'd like to learn a little bit more about that going forward. That's a minor detail as to what they're doing, but it is significant. I think I've highlighted everything here, so I'm not going to speak to all of my highlights, but very pleased with the progress report. Looking forward to the next one and to getting their service agreement in place too. Thank you.
Councillor Shukin.
I wonder if I could ask a question of the representatives. So one of the intriguing, well, first of all, thank you for your work and reporting.
Mr. Smurfit, could you come to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you so much for the work in the report. And again, yeah, all the back and forthing with, I understand, I think there's been also a meeting with the fire chief as well. So one of the intriguing parts of the report for me comes under the apparatus bay, and it says the team proposes to fully understand the safety-related issues to determine what options might be considered to solve these. And I think we're talking about the decontamination, the ventilation, movement around trucks, etc. Unless these can be solved, it is of no use to investigate the structural issues. Can you reflect on that and expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. When we looked at the lists that had been compiled of previous reports, we tried to wrap our heads around that. We first tried one approach and that didn't gel with us, so we structured it differently. We saw that we really have 2 big issues to grapple with and a couple of smaller ones. We put those aside and said, okay, so what do we have? We have all these safety-related issues and we have structural-related issues. There have been in the past a number of calls to say, oh, well, you can fix that with steel, you can fix it this way, you can fix it that way. That may be so, but there's no use going down that rabbit hole if we're blocked by the safety items. So we said, okay, we've got to look at these safety items first. We need to understand them. We had a great conversation, a longer conversation with the chief, and we understood all those safety items, and we now need to take those away and say, well, is there something one can do about that? If there is, we can consider the second part. If there isn't, it's maybe a bit of a showstopper. It's just where we are. We haven't made a decision anyway at this stage.
We haven't made a decision. We haven't made a decision on making a recommendation.
Yes.
Mr. Smurfit, can you just repeat that in the microphone so our council colleague can hear?
We haven't made a decision on making a recommendation to council.
Okay.
It's very clear to everyone, I'm sure, that we're not making any decision, and we're not decision makers as far as what goes ahead and doesn't make. We're just an advisory group to provide technical direction, if you will, to the next step in this project.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you can sit down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you have any other questions? Councillor Shukin?
No, but I that was the one that stuck out for me, but I do appreciate it. Sounds like you're taking a very methodical and objective approach and digging into the issues. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, great.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I just want to say I like the methodical approach and the clarity. I found it to be a most satisfactory report and was pleased to receive it and read it. And I want to thank the team for their work. And I look forward to the next report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My comments, you know, I've changed my mind quite a few times back and forth after reviewing our decision to engage the technical team. And with this report, I have some concerns. For instance, it seems to me that they're re-examining space application, the apparatus issues, the fleet requirements, and the workflow. This was already done in the feasibility study provided by JDA architects. So they're rehashing that. Why have we got a group of volunteers who, in their own capacity, in their former jobs, and none of these individuals have current seals of approval for engineers, why are we asking a group of volunteers to give direction, not to council, they're giving direction to our CAO. And that brings up issues to me in terms of good governance. So these meetings are behind closed doors where council is not viewing them and the public is not viewing what is being discussed at that meeting. So we're allowing a volunteer group to do things that we're not allowed to do. We have to have the public watching us. So I don't think this is good governance. And I don't think it's good for our CAO to be directed by a group of volunteers. Yes, they're not asking for a fee, but they have cost the district already. There was a week's worth of effort of the CFO, or sorry, the CFO partly, but the CAO and our legislative clerk. So that was a week's worth of work. That is time that they didn't have for other activities. So that has cost the district. They're correcting the minor discrepancies in a completed professional architectural study. I don't think that's a role for volunteers. Proposing to expand scope to all district buildings within 200 meters, school, community house, EOC, which was never part of the fire hall original mandate. Proposing to re-examine whether the apparatus bay can be retained. Skyline Engineering answered this not only once, but twice. So these are professionals that have already given written assessments, and now volunteers who had great careers and were what's the term? They were engineers with their seals of approval that they no longer hold. We're asking them to reevaluate what we've already paid for, professional opinions. And so that brings up concerns for me. We've also got an additional member of the team that we didn't hear about before. And plus, we were never allowed to vet the team with our fire hall steering committee. That came to council. We decided who was going to be on that committee. That is good governance. We gave them a terms of reference. We gave them what their scope of practice would be, and we decided who was on the committee. We didn't decide on this group. They came forward, and they added an additional member. No, Gary, I'll give you an opportunity later, okay? Yeah, I will give you an opportunity in a moment, okay, Mr. Smurfit? At the last council meeting, the council stated the next steps in the community needs assessment. That's the correct next step, okay? What a community needs assessment actually is, it's a formal, professional, delivered study. It's distinct from the feasibility study work, and it defines what the new facility must accomplish from the service delivery in terms of population growth, response standards, the service demand, the risk assessment. It's a document that the granting agencies require. And in BC, it's delivered by firms like Firewise, for instance. We heard about them in the last term, Dave Mitchell and Associates. So a lot of what they're responding to has already been completed by professionals that this council has given the authorization to pay for those. So we've got paid consultants who have given us professional reports that is now being reassessed by volunteers in our community. And I don't think that's a good use of volunteers, but also a good use of our staff time. And it's not good governance, because good governance would be allowing the Fire Hall Steering Committee to continue on in their work. What has happened is this technical team has supplanted and sort of displaced the Fire Hall Steering Committee and the committee, and they're feeling it. And they've said to us, why we were appointed to this body, why aren't we meeting to discuss this and move along in the Fire Hall debate? Why have we been disregarded? And we've taken up this new group, and they're reassessing some things that that have already been accomplished and completed. We have the Fire Hall feasibility study completed by JDA Architects. They've done fire halls throughout BC, including Central Saanich, which was completed in 2018 by this architect, which has all of the requirements that we need. It's more grandiose, yes, but it could be scaled to our community. And JDA Architects that we contracted to give us that feasibility study completed that Central Saanich Fire Hall, and we should go and look at it. Really, it addresses a lot of the issues that we have been grappling with, and I suggest we do that in short order within the next couple of weeks. Staff and council go for a visit there. To continue, the 2 seismic assessments done by Skyline Engineering, that was in 2022, 2025. The existing apparatus bay is 43% of the current code requirement.
Point of order, Mayor Little.
Yes.
Did you have comments on the actual topic under discussion, or do you just want to cite a lot of past work? You did vote in favor of directing the CO to engage the proposed volunteer firehouse technical team, I recall.
Yeah, I did. I did, and as I explained at the beginning, I've had reservations, and I don't think this is good governance. So I'm going to continue. I didn't interrupt you while you were talking, and I would ask you to be respectful and not interrupt me. And so I'll carry on. I'll carry on, Councillor Gray. I'll carry on, Councillor Gray. So the hazardous materials survey by the AERIC Environmental 2022, there's no asbestos, for instance. That doesn't need to be addressed. That has already been addressed. The 6 layout options developed and the preferred option of option 1A, the new build on the adjacent ALR site, is another example. The high-level cost analysis has been completed. The mutual aid reviewed has been completed. The technical team just redid this and got the same answer. Now, what is that? What is the utility of that? They're reviewing what has already been completed and by qualified professionals that we paid for it. They're meeting behind closed doors and directing our CAO. As a council, to me, that is not good governance. As vice chair of the CRD and chair of our Governance and First Nations Committee, I see this as not good governance. I will not speak in favor of this. Yes, Councillor Gray's right. I did speak and I voted for it, but I've had grave reservations since. Mr. Smurfit, I said that I would give you an opportunity. Did you wish to speak at this time?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Some of the comments you've made regarding the people who formed this team, I found personally disparaging.
Okay.
You've received a copy of my resume. You know that I've been project manager on many projects, including most recently the sewage treatment plant and collection facility in Souk, which we brought in under budget and on time.
That's right.
But
I wasn't speaking towards the project management.
No.
I was speaking to the engineering component, because on the fire hall steering committee, we do have a structural engineer. That's what I was pointing to. I'm not pointing to your project management, but you're not asked to be project managers here, Mr. Smurfett. You have been tasked and you asked to give advice.
Mayor Little, sorry, you did ask Mr. Smurfett.
Point of order.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Smurfett.
I'm sorry, I don't see any sense in me continuing to speak, because I just started trying to explain and you jumped in, and I just feel if I continue, I'm gonna lose it, because I don't need, no, we're all volunteers. I was a professional engineer since 1974. I canceled my professional stamp about 5 years ago because I didn't want to take any more courses to show that I was capable. The other gentlemen are that way. We have a deputy captain from the Saanich Fire Department on our team. Our work is based on what we submitted to this council. We presented our first report. If you and this council and the CAO feel that we're wasting our time, then tell us and we'll leave Dodge and let you continue on at the same rate that's gone on. But I read through this $23.5 million proposal, and I don't see where we need to have facilities for refugees or battered women or that in the fire hall. I mean, we're trying to bring some reality to the situation, and if you don't want that, fine. Tell us to leave Dodge, and we will. Thank you very much. Good evening.
I move receipt of the report.
Second.
I didn't hear that motion. If you can repeat that.
I move receipt of the progress report from the fire hall technical team.
Okay, and that was seconded by Councillor Shuken. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Gray?
I think it's a fine report, and I appreciate the work being done, and I would like to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Gray. Councillor Donaldson? No? I will just speak out. I don't think this is good governance. I appreciate the work of the volunteers and I appreciate their sentiment. I wasn't speaking disparagingly about their project management. All I'm saying is they've displaced the Fire Hall Steering Committee, which was good governance. That was a committee that we all vetted and is waiting and standing by to help. This has supplanted or pushed aside the Fire Hall Steering Committee, and I don't think that is respectful. I wish some of them were at this meeting. And I do have grave concerns about, even though they're valuable, that they're meeting behind closed doors in their discussions, and they're meeting with our CAO behind closed doors. As a council, we're not seeing that. We get the report, yes, but it's that transparency piece. The public hasn't been able to weigh in and see what they're talking about. We haven't been able to weigh in and see what they're talking about. So I will vote against receiving the report. Okay.
Well,
I'll call the question then. All in favor?
That I have a report here to look at, and that's the report. The public can see it. Thank you.
I didn't hear that, but I couldn't understand. Let's call the question. All in favor of receipt? Councillor Shuken, Councillor Donaldson. Anybody else? and I'm voting against it. Councillor Gray, are you voting in favor or against?
As the mover of the motion, I'm voting in favor.
In favor, so that motion passes. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving back to our council agenda. Go ahead. Moved by Councillor Shukin to adjourn, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.